authentic, genuine way. And so being able to, express my gratitude for being here, that's important too. And so that's just a brief introduction. I'm going to turn it over to Kuna. She's also going to give you a nice introduction too.
Danse Gakiao Gadum Scott Noel. It's so good to see everybody here again, bright and early. I hope you're all making the most out of this experience. I know I am. Every time I come to this space, I'm filled with such a spark almost, and I feel like I go home thinking that I can just change the world. But when I look around today, it only takes one person to make a difference in somebody's life, and looking around this room, this does look like change, and I'm just really grateful. But to further things along, we'll introduce Red Talks.
All right. So we've sat across sessions. We had moments where we were able to have conversations, and it only takes a spark. That individual sitting right next to you could be that spark. It could be our next presenters that come up on stage. We're going to be utilizing a program and a format in which we're going to give them 20 minutes. We also have a little reminder here that they got 5 minutes left, they got 2 minutes left, and then we're giving them a thank you. And if you're not off the stage, these two aunties here will come and pull you off. Never mind Hone, but these two here, yeah, the aunties will handle them. And so we're going to start there, and we're going to introduce our first speaker here today. And what is Red Talks? You want to share a little bit?
So, if anybody has ever seen TED Talks, the format is similar. You have 20 minutes to say your speech, inspire change. And Red Talk stands for Real Education Decolonization.
All right, amazing, yes. And so with that, we're going to introduce our first speaker here today. And this is a relative of ours coming all the way from the Menominee Nation. We have Mr. Ron Korn Jr. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Nahau ne chamatna minewak, Natanaway makanuk, Mishik mauni wiak e hiosa itua, Waiwanan kitanani mua, Yo skespis mawa chaseniak, Spusnawach kakikitea, and a waiki kiwasetuia, Kayana inaka. No na niwo pit to shiwinani, Nikia kisitna to shiaki, Namata mosem awasesa. Nianen, Nichianak, Natatnoak, Tatanu, Nis, Nosasasuk. And then a cut o matnamine, Hake, Newapium, Mutsakwit, and Ne Akayan, Awasa, Netotam. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Little Red Riding Hood in our language. Shh, just kidding. I don't have to tell anybody in this room what I just said, what I just talked about. And that is one of the deep connections that is displayed between our language and our culture. We can go anywhere on this great turtle island of ours and do this, and we all know what's happening. And since I came here to think Indigenous, I've learned some valuable lessons in my own way. I didn't know I was coming here to be inspired as well. I met some really good people. One of the teachings that I'll take from here is don't talk in the back of the room because they might remember. I apologize. And another thing I learned yesterday is that Tim Hortons brews coffee hotter than anywhere I know. Be careful, guys. But as I was thinking about what to say to you people, try and help you understand a little bit of the journey that I've been on in my own personal walk, I want to take us back a few chapters because I think it's important to know where we're coming from, to understand where we are and where we're trying to go. So bear with me. Interesting glimpses are also given of the red man, whose strange and mythic ways, so far as we can snatch its fragments from the rapidly receding past, should be gathered with pious care. For that strange race must shortly forever disappear from our borders, and future generations will only know of them what history preserves. I read this in the introduction to the third annual report to the Wisconsin State Historical Society, written in 1854, as a doctrine to do away with my people, with our people. And I read it at a time when I really needed to see something like that, because as motivated as I am and as inspired as I am to do this work, at that particular time, I could not envision how we were going to bring our language back. And I read that. I was sitting at my desk thinking, why didn't I just learn to weld or do something like this, you know? And I read that, and I made a bunch of copies of this, and I posted it all around my office. And anytime I got discouraged, frustrated, insulted, I would look at that, and I would say, not me. Not me. So it's things like that, along with the infamous Richard Henry Pratt, who founded the American boarding school movement on the motto, "Killed an Indian, saved a man, and every man, woman, and child." And furthermore, by the commissioner of that boarding school, one John Atkins, who in 1882 said, "Nothing so perfectly stamps upon an individual their identity as does their language. If we're ever going to be successful, we must take their language." And I don't talk about these things. I don't want to give those words power, but we need to understand where we're coming from. 150 years of ideas and doctrines just like that. I didn't come here to give a history lesson. That's somebody else's job. But it is truly amazing that we have anybody that made it through that time with their language, culture, and ceremonies. And at this time, I want to ask you guys to give a big round of applause to our elders, our knowledge keepers, and our ceremonial leaders. Wawanan Kitananimua, to all of our elders and our ancestors who stood up to that, and in all spite of that, came through carrying the language, culture, stories, and ways. So in that spirit, I want to take a second here to pay homage to some of my teachers, some of my elders. It's tough for me. So my beloved Watsichiwan, Sparkling Water, who adopted me as a son, one day, as we had done many times, I was sitting at her house, and we were making small talk in the language, and she abrupted that talk, and she goes, "I can die now." That's what she said. And it came out of the blue, so I said, what do you mean? And she said, for 25 years, she said, I've tried to teach somebody this language. And today, I've done that. So, when I go, I'll be able to go in a good way. So, and I also think about my Sawanuki Kahnap, who at a time, I was probably 19 or 20 years old. I didn't fully appreciate all the things that had happened in the past. And my Sawanuki, she would come to everything to help us. Always there. Had our backs. And one day, I asked her, I said, "You know, Sawanuki," I said, "you come to everything. You're always here for us." And in my youthful ignorance, I asked her, why didn't you teach your own children? And she said, she looked at the floor for a little while and she said, you know, I never thought it would come to this. She said, when I was a kid, everybody I knew spoke Menominee. She said, I never knew I would be one of the last ones that speak the language. And so for anybody out there that's in a situation like that, those are some waking up words right there. Take those words to heart. Don't let it die. I also want to think about one of my elders, Wapachu and Katnup, who I asked that same question. Why didn't you teach your own children? And she said, boy, you could never understand. She said, you could never understand what it was like for us, but that's a good thing. She said, I don't want you to understand that. Why I stood in the mirror and asked the Creator what I ever did wrong to be created an Indian. That's what she told me. She said, I'm not proud of that, but that's the way it was. She said, you young guys, you're proud. She said, be that way. And then I think about my keke wahoniaki Katnup, who forced me to speak Menominee for years once she decided I knew enough. And she did something for me that I really needed. You know, when she was on her deathbed, she got sick very abruptly, ended up in the hospital. And I wasn't able to get there, but one of my language sisters got there, and on her deathbed, she give my sister a hug like that, and she said, she told her, you helped that corn boy, she said. He's the one that's going to do this. And boy, it was a lot easier to not stand up before that, to take the easy road, to not be in the middle making controversy or, pushing things. But when she said that, I took that to heart. And I decided that day that if my language died, it was going to be my fault, because I was born at a time when my elders spoke the language, and they took the time to teach me. And I would not give anybody else the credit for taking our language, that I would carry that burden. And through that motivation, we've been doing all kinds of cool stuff in Menominee. And it's not just me. There's a whole bunch of us, man. I'm so proud of my Menominee relatives back home. And as I'm talking about my elders, I want to say that there is so many teachings that come along with this. So many teachings that come along with learning our languages in a natural way with our elders. And I don't think we're ever going to app our way out of this. We're not going to AI our way out of this, because they might be able to preserve the words and teach the words, but it's those teachings that come along with all of that stuff that makes this what it is. And as I started to pick up some of these teachings, boy, I got real motivated. Wanted to know everything. Why this? Why that? Pachkita, my boy, she'd say. Take your time. Do it well. Pachkita, my boy. This is generational work. This is a lifetime journey. We're not going to revitalize our language in a week, a year, a decade. This is generational work. Pachkita. Do it slow. Do it right. And that reminds me, one of my ceremonial grandfathers, or grandpa, put up with a bunch of us young boys. And after we were going to lodge with him for a couple of years, he started to teach us something. Every time we went there, he would teach us something new about the lodge. And one day, one of my lodge brothers, he asked Grandpa, he said, Grandpa, he said, why didn't you teach us all of this stuff right away. He goes, boy, if I'd have filled your cup up, you'd have pissed to bed, he said. So take that with you. Pachkita. It's not going to be done in a day. This is generational work. And as such, everybody, we're talking about language revitalization. Language revitalization, what does that even mean? What does it look like? How do we know if it's happening? These are things that I never thought about. But we must define our goalposts, our first downs, our field goals, our touchdowns. We must claim what we're working towards. And if we're working towards language revitalization, it begs another question. What is fluency? Who's fluent? We hear these kind of things. We say, he's a learner, he's a teacher, but then sometimes they'll go, oh yeah, she's fluent or he's fluent. I don't know what that means. Google it once, it'll tell you something about water and all this. But these are things that we have to decide. What does it mean to be fluent? What does it look like to revitalize the language? Set goals. Also, check yourself before you wreck yourself. We set 1-year goals, 5-year goals, 10-year goals, 25-year goals, and then celebrate yourself. But also, be your own worst critic. Why didn't that work? Was it me? Was it them? What happened or didn't happen? Why was that not successful? Having these sort of things gives us a goalpost to run towards. And yesterday I kind of equated it to having a football on the South Dakota prairie and just not knowing which way you're running. There's a long ways you can go in any given direction. But if you identify your goalposts and you start running towards it, you can start to make progress. Be self-determined. Be self-determined in this effort. And there's a lot of organizations that would love to tell you how to do it and let you know what success looks like. But I spent the whole first half of this talking about our elders, our Kitchkiwik, our knowledge keepers. Don't leave them out. Make them gifts, bundles. Bring them to them. Ask them for their help, for their guidance. Use your tobacco, your netnamo. Be intentional. Have feasts with your people. Open the door for the money to guide your efforts. These are the kind of things that we need. And back home, we started a nonprofit. We call it Menominee U. Menominee U, and we're sort of biting off the prestigious sound of the U, like we might hear at a university, because those places, we all agree, get to validate knowledge. But we stand on the premise that when it comes to our own language, our own culture, and our own history, we are good enough to do that too. And while it's the U is just culminating YOU, because it does not matter how much language Ron Korn knows. If I knew everything about my language, that does not save the language. If my group at Menominee U knew everything in the language and spoke language all day, every day, that does not save the language. The only time our languages are saved is when you and you and you and you participate. We cannot revitalize the languages of our nations without the members of the nation. That's not our teachers, that's not our students, that's everybody. The people who hand pay us at the casino, who check us in at the clinic, who sweep the floors and run the offices and do everything. All of us need to be speaking. Do not relinquish our personal responsibility to our 4 and 5-year-olds. We all can play a part. Not all of us have to become fluent, but we all have a part to play to turn that tide. And in closing, I would like to say this about what I think about as the spirit of the language. You know, we could all learn the words. We could all learn the words, and that would be good. But when we have the teachings and the values, that's what carries us. All right? Don't learn the words without the teachings and the values. And those kind of things are what's going to carry us forward all across our great Turtle Island. And I look forward to coming back here and hearing everybody using their language. Netanoe Makanuk Ine.
Wow. You know, my mother always says to me too, it's so important to turn to the language because the truth is there. So that's a really powerful, important lesson. This is an oral teaching that's meant to be passed on to our children and our children's children, and we need to speak the language to our kids. That's the only way we can learn it. So moving on to our next speaker, and I hope he's standing by. He is a Dakota language instructor coming to us all the way from Nebraska, Redwing Thomas.
Pidama edo. O hede mi taku ipi. Ake hakana gde tan wa chionka pido. Ya hipi gde wa stedo. Rish ake. Ampetu gde wa kantkanka. Wichoni upi. He aha do kid maoni pte meshe iwa hedakikte. O de tokaha. Matue gde o chichi akapido mi taku ipi. Chupahu duta makiapi. Hector homabu han kunshi waiki. Hector tuwawi chiapit kado. Heish he e makie. Chaje umangi ish. Shungamani tuska. Chaje he makupi. He miedo. Isanti Dakota oyate mata hanga. Santi Nebraska api mesh hemata hando mitaku epi. Hakana kinde ni tokab dead waunga chante washte baduhega. Chante washte na pechuza pido. Chade Dakota odon wanji ahi waikta. Ode waton ktiki ha. To kid ked unki ukshampi. To kid chante unki apiki. Hena wa uyan kapitero mitakia. Koda Dakota pitehi kedo hai au hi Iotie ki hewa uedo hai hoim. Koda Dakota pitehi kedo hai au hi Iotie ki hewa uedo hai. Friends and relatives, I appreciate you. Everything you do thus far, I appreciate it because we are strengthening each other. You know, we call that washagun kichiapi. That's how we say that in our language as Dakota people. And when I reference Dakota, please know that that is in reference to all our respected tribal nations that are represented here this morning. You see, there is no disconnect from each other. Just like my Koda was saying earlier, we all know what is going on. We feel that. We connect to it. And to the organizers of this beautiful conference, I say thank you, Pidamaya Pido. To all you educators, to all of you mothers and fathers and aunties and uncles, grandmas and grandpas, side chicks and side dudes. Thank you. Shichado. Friends and relatives, I have no words for you that haven't already been said. But I do want to leave you with an idea. And this idea comes from a very special place. This idea comes from an opening part of our creation story as Dakota people. But before I go into that story, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, please forgive me for talking like I know something in front of you. I am nobody. I'm a very flawed man, and I have many shortcomings. And anyone who knows me knows exactly how flawed I am. So I ask you to bear with me, and please forgive me for being in front of you. This story starts in the very beginning of time. You know, our people, they talk like that. And that's not just something we say. Our people really hold that knowledge from the beginning of time. We say all that existed was Ia. That's it. Ia. And as Ia was sitting in that darkness, we call that darkness Ha. And as Ia was sitting in that Ia, within Ia, he had all the ability, all of the drive, all of the courage. He also had all of the feelings. And as Ia is sitting in the darkness, Ia calls out because he's lonely. And he says, what de miedo de Ia miedo? And nothing answered him. Pretty soon he went out again and he looked over this way into the darkness and he said it again. And nothing answered him. And we all know that feeling. And as soon as Ia felt into that deep, deep emotional state, tears began to come. And as Ia's heart was breaking because he was all alone, so he thought, he called out one more time. And as soon as Ia did that, he heard a sound that sounded like this. Oh. Ian looked around and who's there? He called out. Nothing answered. Pretty soon Ia said it again. And all that Ia heard in response was this. Daku ya chinka, daku ya kukta. I'm going to say that again, mitaku because that's a very important part of the story. Daku ya chinka, daku ya kukta. And now I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to ask you to say it with me. You only need to hear it 2 more times, and then you got it. Daku ya chinka, daku ya kukta. Here comes the 4th time, and then you have it. You think I'm joking? Daku ya chinka, daku ya kukta. Give it to me. That's exactly correct what you said. I'm serious. Now, some of you said it, some of you didn't. Some of you are still visiting back there in the corner. And some of you are waiting for me to get done. And that is a prime example of what is happening in our communities. Some are participating, some aren't, some can't wait for it to be done, and some just don't care. That's the reality. Everyone says that they involve themselves and that they agree with the revitalization and the re-strengthening of our languages and our cultures, but when it comes to active participation, almost nothing. I'm going to say it again, and you're going to remember this because we are intelligent enough to learn anything. Daku ya chinki, daku ya kuktahe. Daku ya chinki, daku ya kuktahe. And when you feel safe enough, join me. Daku ya chinki, daku ya kuktahe. Again, daku ya chinki, daku ya kuktahe. Listen to the rhythm. Daku ya chinki, daku ya kuktahe. Give it to me. For the things that you want, what are you willing to give? And this is what Ian heard. And Ian thought about this, and Ian says, well, all I have to give is myself, and everything is inside myself. And if I give of myself, I'm going to lose what I have. And so Ian thought and thought and thought for a very long time. Time went by. Finally, Ian found his courage. He decided to do it. So he shook. And when he shook, he broke in half. And when he broke in half, his blood went everywhere. His essence also came out and went upward. Now Ian shrunk. And Ian sat like this for some time. Time and time and time went by. That's a very important part of the story, Mitakuyapi. Remember this part. Time and time and time went by, and nothing seemed to change. And Ian became extremely frustrated. He gave of himself the way he was told to, the way he was instructed to, and the only thing that happened and came from it was exhaustion. And he became angry. And so he questioned it. Wag sit there with Chawa de Shnido there. Ake de taku bedu heki he wak uga shinach. Taku de bedu he Shnido there. I gave of myself as you told me to, and yet nothing has come. I still have nothing. And he heard it again. Taku ya chinki, taku ya kukta. Give it to me. And oh, that upsetted Ian. It infuriated him. What are you talking about? I already gave and I have nothing. And then he started crying. You see, tears are one of the most sincerest forms of our heart. And as Ian was crying, he started thinking again, well, I have a little bit left. Maybe I can give the rest. And he thought and thought and thought. And so he decided to do it. And he shook again. And he broke in half again. And this time when he broke in half, everything that existed went out. And he shrunk down into a cold, hardened state. Well, some time went by, and time went by, and time went by. I'm going to jump to the middle of the story. Suddenly, life emerged. Now, when you tell that in a school system, the Washichu administrator goes, oh, no, that can't happen. That's some Indian folklore. No, here's the one they use I love the most. That's Native American mythology. No, this one. Oh, that's just some Indian rubbish. I've heard that. Yeah. And I'm sitting here thinking, no, that's as true as it gets. So I had to prove it to him. So I started digging around in all the science materials, visiting with my science teacher friends and like that, and we start looking. Science says that the world was a rock in the darkness and it was just floating in the dark. Hey, ain't that what I just told you? That Ian was in the darkness all by himself? What, because I gave it a voice, you don't believe it? And pretty soon, science says that rock broke. Didn't I just tell you that? And then science says the environment was so correct with the humidity, with the sunlight, with everything that was there on Earth, and all of a sudden a cell sprouted. Ain't that what I just told you? Let's back up to the story. You see, the environment, our people say, ampetu wiki, the way the environment is. So we say we for short. And then a cell, we call that choda, and we shorten it to cho. So we have we, cho. And then in our language, we say ni, which is the ability to come to life. So we put it all together, we cho ni. And that's our word for life. And it's talking about the environment, the very creation of time. Friends and relatives, that's the opening scene to our creation story. Now, mind you, there's going to be versions. Even Google has a version. I read it. I didn't agree with it, but I read it. And all of our peoples, you know, the Dakota people, we're very fortunate because we belong to something called Docheti Shakoi. And Docheti Shakoi has all these bands and divisions and sub-bands and subdivisions of our people, making us very vast and very large. So my version of that story come from my teachers. But there's going to be other versions according to the Docheti Shakoi people. And which one is true? When we hear different sides of a story, which one is correct? All of them. It's all a piece of the puzzle. And if we have to individualize information, we're going to lose. But once we can collectively gather it, when we realize that each one of us is a part of the solution, then we have it, mitakuyepi, just like the story. You know, I always tell my students, and I ask my students, how does the creation story end? And different ones will give me different pieces and different scenarios and different chapters of that story. And I'm going to tell you, mitakuyepi, that the story is continuous. We are still a part of that story right now. How is it going to end, mitakuyepi? That's going to depend on our footsteps. That's going to depend on what we decide to do right now. We can talk about all the work that has to get done and who should be doing it, or we can just zip it up and do the work ourselves. Hede mitakuyepi. I share this in a good way. Aunties, uncles, grandmas, and grandpas, I do not mean to be so forceful in front of you. But to those my age on down, it's time to stand up and do all you can. I'm not one of these pessimists who believe the future is just going to be horrible, but I will tell you, we are facing horrendous odds. I'm not one of these pessimists who just complain about everything that's wrong on the res and then blame it on everyone else. But I will tell you, we have some troubles. I am not one of these guys who just hopes that the answer comes and, you know, I'll just continue doing nothing about it. But I will tell you, there's more that I can do too. And I share these things with you, mitakuyepi, for one reason, just like in that story. If you realize in the beginning of that story, Ian was sad, Ian was angry, Ian was depressed, Ian was uncertain. We know that feeling. And Ian was told to give of himself the best way that he could, and he did. And we do that too, mitakuyepi, and it exhausts us, doesn't it? You feel exhausted. You feel like everything you're doing isn't making enough progress fast enough. You feel like you have gave so much you have no more to give. I will promise you this. Just like in the story, time and time and time went by and life happened. I promise you, Mitakuipi, what you are doing, although time and time is going by, your efforts are going to bring life to all of us. I promise that. Do not give up, Mitakuipi. But do not let things stop you. Do not let mindless pettiness divide you. Do not let tribal politics put a separation between you and your work. Do not let someone next to you fall down. Pick them up, because we know what it feels like to be hurt. We know what it feels like to be uncertain. We know what it feels like to not want to take another step. But we need you. Everyone in here, you are an army. And I'm going to share a word with you that Makushi would tell me about many years ago. Strong hearts to the front. And that's all of you. Pidamayapi.
Amazing, amazing presentation. Powerful speaker. We have another great presentation coming up here. Now, a lot of thoughtful thinking and powerful words and sharing, especially with language. As we move into our next presenter, she's going to be coming up to the stage here. We have Dr. Megan Scribe, and she has an opportunity and a time frame here to be able to share her life's work. An Indigenous scholar and a leader in our community. She is on the forefront, making change, not only just talking about it, but being about it. And so we're very thankful for us to be here today. And so we're very thankful that Megan can come and join us. So with that, we want to give her the stage. Let's give a big round of applause here to Dr. Megan Scribe.
Minagisigo. Let me take you in. Do you mind if I practice some of my Cree this morning? Is that okay? I'm not fluent, but I appreciate every chance I get to practice. Minagisigo nedotamak. Megan Nidisanagasun. Ginoseosipi. Nina Osje. Good morning, my friends. My name is Megan Scribe, and I'm from Norway House Cree Nation. And yes, I am related to Mr. Thank Indigenous. Nepotism is alive and well this morning. I'm going to speak from my heart, but I'm an academic, so I always have a book on hand. I'm going to need that soon. My sister's going to tell this story funnier, but I'm going to tell you about when my mom told my late Muslim and Kukum that I had graduated with a doctorate in philosophy. Stop it. Stop it, I wasn't even the first one. Dr. Chris Scribe. So this is my mom. Yeah, she graduated. She's a doctor now. This was their reaction. Wait, hold on, I need to add. I had graduated recently with a master's in socio-legal studies, emphasis on the legal here. This was their reaction. A doctor and a lawyer got just a cats. This was my reaction. And this was my sister's reaction. Actually, she's here, so if you see someone with their eyes rolled to the back of their skull, they're fine, but that's my sister. in all seriousness, though, she's my biggest hype man. She's my extremely accurate hype man. And she loves to tell family and friends that while I am a doctor with legal training, I can neither save your life nor get you out of jail. So if you're ever in a jam, get her number on the way out the door today, okay? So we have a lot of stories like this in our family. We love education, we love learning, and we're really proud of each other, and we encourage each other in all of our different interests, whether it's formal schooling or taking up a traditional practice, it all matters to us. And when I was thinking about it, I just knew every single one of you in this room, you have your own stories in your family about what education means to you and how you understand education and where it fits in your lives. We, as Indigenous people, have a strong, long-standing tradition that places a high value on education, teaching, and learning. And this value we place in knowledge acquisition, it's not only embedded in our treaty documents, it's woven into the very fabric of our family narratives. It is stitched into our hearts, every piece of it. Over the next 20 minutes, I want to do 3 things with you. We're going to look back on our collective history as it relates to education. I want us to look at the present together. And then finally, I want us to think about our future as Indigenous peoples and education, our education. And I think if we do these 3 things together, this will reveal the means by which education not only allows us to claim our ancestral birthright, it allows us to prepare an inheritance for our descendants. So let's go back. We have so many stories, stories about the love for learning, for knowledge teaching, but our stories also describe, we also have stories and memories that convey indescribable loss and pain. We know more than anyone the violence that gets carried out in the name of education. We know that schools are not always a place for learning. Our ancestors who negotiated our treaty rights placed special emphasis on educational provisions with our collective survival in mind. They were thinking of our future. But their partners did not have the same objective in mind. Canada, in fact, had objectives that were far more sinister. State-funded, church-run Indian residential schools were built with total assimilation in mind. And when put to practice, it's more akin to genocide. That is a colonial history we all share. I was protected from these institutions, but not before 3 generations of my family passed through those halls, passing along to me a colonial inheritance I don't understand, but I feel so deeply. I couldn't tell you when I learned about residential schools because I was so young when my mom told me about the bad place my kukum went as a girl. And I grew up with my kukum. I've lived with her at different points in my life, and she is one of the most important people to me in her lifetime. But she never spoke to me about those places. She never spoke to me about her time in residential school. And as a child, I came to believe that there are some experiences that don't have language, and there are some stories that live without words. But even though she never spoke to me about her experiences, I would come to know a little bit about her girlhood in small and subtle ways, like how she would always tell me to slow down when I was eating too fast, or when she would push me away when I was trying to hug her or hold her hand. Even though she loved me, she needed her space, and I understood that this had something to do with her past. But this history also tells an incredible story of strength and resilience in the face of this attempt on our lives. I have witnessed my relatives, our relatives, reclaim their language, cultural identity, no matter how fragmented, no matter how small, take everything they could save, grasp, and give it to us. And all those little pieces that we have today are so precious. Everything my kukum gave me in her life is so precious to me. Even that little tiny bit of Cree that I have, it is the most precious thing in my life. And that is the strength. In these tiny fragments, there's worlds that burst from them. Canada still falls short when it comes to Indigenous schooling in the 21st century. There's a lot of statistics that try to understand the ways that it falls short, but the numbers, the figures, statistics, they don't really do it justice either. You know, Stats Canada will say 63% of First Nation learners finish high school as compared with 91% of non-Indigenous learners. Or Stats Canada might say 37% of First Nations learners go to post-secondary or finish post-secondary as compared with 72% of non-Indigenous learners. But these decontextualized numbers are dangerous. It's important that we try to understand that these numbers are saying something to us, but we need to take matters into our own hands and put our own stories to the numbers in front of us. Because numbers without context and numbers without stories are dangerous. These numbers that don't have stories might give the impression that we don't care about education or that we're not smart enough, but that is so wrong. That is so untrue. When we tell our own stories about these numbers can tell us about classroom pushouts that leave Indigenous learners feeling like they don't belong in Canadian schools. When we put stories to numbers, we can describe the lack of accessible education in this country that leaves First Nation students as young as 14 years old with the decision, do I stay at home with my family or do I leave my family to complete high school with strangers? In the legacy of the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry into the death of Helen Betty Osborne and the 7 First Nation Youth Inquest, we know the decision to pursue education is a matter of life and death. But when pursuing high school is life-threatening, something needs to change. It is unacceptable that we have to make that decision at 14 years old. And this is why I say we need to take our education into our own hands. And I'm not the first person to say this. So let me go grab my book. It's written down. So here's what the National Indian Brotherhood said in its 1972 policy paper, Indian Control over Indian Education. Unless a child learns about the forces which shape him, the history of his people, their values, their language, he will never know himself or his potential as a human being. In other words, education is so much more than a piece of paper or qualifications. The right kind of education can allow us to access our full humanity, to know ourselves as human. Before tragically passing at 15 years old, Shannon Kustachin of Ottawa-Piskat First Nation was a fierce advocate for First Nation education rights. Throughout her childhood in her northern remote community, she pursued her education in the most uncomfortable and dangerous conditions that no Canadian student has to face. First, going to school in portables in a northern community. Frigid classrooms. You're shaking so much your pencil falls off the table. Later, when a school was built, it was built on top of a contamination site, on top of a diesel spill, where students were going to school and developing rashes, becoming faint and sick in order to learn something. And later, Shannon and her sister eventually moved to a southern city to complete their high school. In her brief and beautiful life, she traveled to Ottawa with her classmates to continue her fight for First Nation education rights. And this is what she had to say in her own words. My message is to never give up. You get up, pick up your books, and keep walking in your moccasins. We are not going to quit. We are not going to give up until we have a new school. A school is like a heart. We need a healthy one. School should be a time for dreams. Every kid deserves this. This was Shannon's dream. And as an educator, this has become my dream. I am the founding education director for Yellowhead School. And when I was selected for this role in 2022, I was given one task, and that was to build a school. No small task, of course, but today, Yellowhead School is a national Indigenous-led education center that has welcomed over 4,000 in-person and online learners into one of our several educational streams. So as you can imagine, putting that together is no easy task, but it's kind of like this saying that I just made up, which is, how do you eat a moose? I'm from the north. How do you eat a moose? One small bite at a time, and sharing with your relatives, of course. It helps to break each task into smaller and smaller bites until it feels manageable, until you feel like it's something that you can do. So I'm going to share 3 small bites with you in the time I have left, and that is collective vision, funding, and programming. The collective vision, my understanding is that as a leader, I'm not here to assert my individual will. My job as the leader is to help realize the collective vision of my people. And so the mission of Yellowhead School is to privilege Indigenous philosophy, to amplify Indigenous voices that speak to ongoing settler colonialism and our efforts to reclaim the Indigenous good life. That is the mission that we created in 2021 and 2022 in conversation with our leadership and our wide-spanning network across so-called Canada. Now, if collective vision gives the school a heart and gives the school spirit, money gives the school 4 walls and a door. There's no getting around it. Resources are important. Understanding the importance of resources and how to distribute them, it is important. So when we had this vision to create Yellowhead School, we started to put in applications to different private donors to support this project. So in 2022, Yellowhead received a gift from the Atkinson Foundation, a private donor. We received a gift of $1.6 million over 5 years. In addition to that gift, I've secured Tri-Council grants to support the programming that we run for our students. And what I think is worth mentioning here is that I don't have a background in finance. I don't have, I'm not an economist. I don't do budgets. Everything I learned about resource distribution, I've learned on the job as I go. And I've also put a team together that has many different kinds of gifts, including spreadsheets, including budgets, and helping like plan next year, the year ahead, that kind of thing. And I say this because I don't want technical qualifications to be a barrier for you if you have this dream to pursue something in your own community and with your own people. Don't let technical qualifications be the barrier that stops you from tapping your full potential. The final bite I'll share is programming. So we started with 3 educational streams. Yellowhead Fire is our public lecture series, and we platform established and emerging Indigenous artists, academics, and scholars to talk about pressing concerns and issues. Yellowhead Online is our non-accredited, free to the public, online learning program. We have a course out, you can look it up on our website, it's called Land Back, and it's about Canada's theft of our wealth and what we are doing to get it back. And our final program, which I did a class with some of you yesterday, is Miskoaki Knowledge Exchange, and that's our once a year hybrid and in-person learning program where we come together, we do place-based learning, and it's in the spirit of Freedom Schools. I just want to close by saying that learning how to build a school is daunting and scary, but it's also fun and it's exciting, and it's necessary work for us. It's so crucial for us to take our education into our own hands, whether that's building a school or whether that's having conversations with our families, whatever it may look like, do that work. Not only is this our ancestral birthright, this is how we are going to prepare the inheritance for our younger ones and our descendants. And with that, I say, Gininas Gomitin. Ooh, sweet.
I made this. I'm just kidding.
Thank you so much for your words. Red Talks are about experience, lived knowledge, truth-telling. So remember that as you listen today. Listen with your whole heart, your spirit, and your mind, because everybody that comes up here today, they're speaking from the heart. They're speaking from what they know in their life to be true, what they've lived, and that's really special. So once again, a gentle reminder to be mindful, be present, silence your phones, and experience this with us. So we're going to move into a quick break. We will reconvene at 10:15 with our next speaker. So please be ready exactly at 10:15. No Indian time today. We're here to learn.
Yes, exactly.
Just a reminder, good relatives, there are snacks and stuff and vendors. It's the last day for those. And then also these Think and Dig jackets, we have a limited. We're not doing any more. They're for sale upstairs. So if you want to get some of those, we can do that at lunchtime. We'll still have time. So there's still a wide range of sizes for that. So do support those guys. And then all the winners for the door prizes, they're on the app. Okay, so open up that app and they'll have the numbers on there. And you can just go ahead and get in there. And they're all door prizes back here. And Denise is in charge over here. She's right here and she's looking after that. So.
All right, relatives, we're going to get started here in another 3 minutes, and so make that break really fast.
We will begin really shortly, so please make your way back into this space with us and get settled. Okay, everybody. Quiet down and come on in. We've given you a lot longer of a break than we needed to. Let's all rein in here. So once again, we truly have something special here, being able to be here and witness of all these speakers come here and share what they share. And I just really want to encourage you all to make the most out of the opportunity to be here. These people travel from all over the world. like every corner of the world to come here and to share with all of you their knowledge. So please, please, please show them the respect that they deserve. Listen to their words so you can carry them with you. I can still hear a lot of talking. We're all grown-ups in this room, you know. I've been in the classroom a lot the last little while, and it's been getting exceedingly hard, you know, to really get kids to just, you know, settle down and listen to you. And I feel like that's kind of extending a little bit further. But, you know, we have a lot of great speakers here today, and I know we have a long day, and it's a lot of sitting, and it's a lot of listening, and sometimes that gets hard. Maybe we're not used to this. Maybe we're the ones who do the talking. You know, this isn't just a vacation to get away from work. We're here to learn. We're here to carry this stuff so we can go and do the work. You know, we hear from all these speakers that it's, you know, it is up to us. It's time to make the change. We do carry a lot of knowledge. Everybody in this room carries a lot of knowledge. And I have, you know, so many great mentors to guide me. My cookum from back home, my cookum Ethel Stone, she always tells me that, you know, when you are given knowledge, it's your responsibility to share it. We have to keep sharing this knowledge. That's how we keep it alive. But with that, once again, please lend us your ears and your hearts. We're going to welcome our next speaker up to the stage. She is an Ojibwe woman, truly a trailblazer in many, many fields, you know, within her own community, culturally and beyond. I'd like to welcome to the stage Lisa Meeches. My apologies. Please welcome to the stage Lisa Meeches.
Aneen, everybody. How you all doing today? Not too bad? What did you guys think of the special last night? Oh, my God. I ended up watching it back in our hotel, and it was fantastic. So I can give you notes based on a TV critique. I want to thank Chris and his crew for asking us to be here today. You know, the first speaker that spoke earlier today, he actually had to fly out right away after he was done speaking. And that reminded me, every time I take a plane ride or we're traveling somewhere, I'm always grateful for the people that serve, because they always give us a reminder. Put your own mask on before helping others. Every time. So I'm always carrying tobacco, and I give a little bit of tobacco to that person. Just kidding. But yeah, that's what they say. Put on your own mask first before helping others. And that was really important for me. I've been a filmmaker all of my life. You probably have seen a few of my projects out this way. But the most important project that I'm working on right now is a series called Taken. And Taken is a series that brings to light our women and our men, boys and girls that have been taken and lost. Maybe they're missing, maybe they're murdered. And then so when I first started that series, I'm not feeling good right now. When I first started that series, it was because of my daughter. When I found out I was having a little girl, I kind of went some way because I knew what she was going to be up against in her world. I knew life wasn't going to be easy for her. I knew it was going to be difficult for her because she was a female. I worked in an all-male dominant production, and so I thought to myself, I got to find out how to save her life before she walks this earth. So I ended up doing a little bit of research and realizing that missing and murdered Indigenous people go far beyond our borders, that it's a business. And so I thought, okay, well, I got to save her life before she's born. And And then we created the series Taken. And we shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to be looking for our relatives like that. But know that every time their names are spoken, every single time a person goes missing from our community, we all feel it. We all share it online with our socials. And then I thought, okay. So when we shot the first pilot, I was breastfeeding on set. And that little girl is here somewhere. Stevie, where are you? Stand up, my girl. She's now 13. And we just got licensed for a sixth season of Taken. So that means another, thank you. And we always do an Anishinaabe version, a Cree version of the host being like standing up like that and doing their part in helping our friends and relatives that are missing or have been murdered. And so it's really difficult to speak about that. But recently, last week, I believe, we got notified that we got another season coming. But that means that we have 13 more stories to find. So if you or anyone in your family is missing or they've been murdered and there's no answers why, please send in your contacts to us. We're doing another season and we're working on it immediately. I've worked on a lot of children's series, and most recently, during COVID, just before COVID, we ended up having to move out of the city. And so we bought some land closer to my res out in Long Plain. And then my daughter, Stevie, there was no way in the world she was going to be able to live in the city in that little backyard we had. So we ended up buying 5 acres. And then watching her play back there in our yard, it was so beautiful to see. It's so wonderful to see my little girl out there. And all I wanted was for this arm to be strong enough to comb her hair. That's all I wanted when because I was completely frozen. I had a major stroke during after season 1 of Taken. And I thought, how do I like help her understand what had happened to her or what had happened to us and me? And so I took it into ceremony, and everything we do, we take into ceremony. First season of Sharing Circle, first season of Teepee Tales, first season of Taken. We've always took it into ceremony and asked permission first before we can even say their names out loud. And every time it re-airs, we have to have another feast. Because that's just how we are. We're so grateful for these opportunities to talk about our loved ones this way. So getting back to Stevie, my daughter, I love her so much that we created a series called Stevie and the Sacred Animals for preschoolers, and CBC just ordered 52 episodes, both in Anishinaabe and in English. So it's going to be 2D animated, and so we're actually shooting the background on Treaty 1 territory, which is absolutely amazing. So Treaty 1 territory is in Manitoba, actually where you were raised, in Portage la Prairie, and where Chris was raised with his Kukum and his Missum. And so we were able to learn a lot from his grandmother. But during that time when I was younger and we were learning and working with one another, stuff stayed with me. Lots of teaching stayed with me. So we were always wanting to feed that spirit, that curiosity spirit. And so having to feed for my shows, I ended up having to create my own budgets and putting in a tobacco line for the budgets too. And it didn't go over well with the broadcasters, but it was important for me. And having our weekly feasts and talking about what we're going to be doing on the next season. And one thing that I can leave with you today is, if you have a story idea or even just a story, mail it to yourself, email it to yourself first. It's one of the quickest ways legally that you can protect your own story, because there's lots of things being shared, so you be mindful who you're sharing your ideas with. There's been a few times where stories have been stolen, if you will, from each other, even Indigenous producers. And so you can tell who's paying the price for their ill mistakes, because the TV shows get discontinued. And, you know, we don't say anything, but we just watch and learn. So for me, being a storyteller, I am not the story. You guys make the stories, all you educators. And I want to acknowledge all of the young people that have been here listening. Camden, you know, your demographic, your age group, all of the young people that are in this room, please stand and have us all acknowledge you. Yeah. We are learning for you folks. We are learning for the young people. So when we're creating TV shows for children, one of the things that we're taught is they're small, but they're not stupid, right? You have to get down to their level and really work with the young people. So what we did with the first season of Stevie and the Sacred Animals, we did testing. So we put the TVs on for this demographic between ages 3 to 6, and they absolutely loved the character Stevie and her cousins, and the 7 sacred laws are in there. And so what our plan is to take that show and turn it into a musical with life-size animals, or like Paw Patrol does, or Cora and the Dora the Explorer. So we can go and travel and share the 7 sacred teachings, those 7 virtues that we've learned to rely on since time immemorial. And it was through kinship that kept us alive all this time. One of the things that I'm very proud to be attached to is the Manitoba Festival. My chief operating officer is here, Candace Hart. Stand up, Candace. She's shy. Stand up. So without her, my world doesn't move as smoothly as it should. And so I want to thank her for that. And with her is my adopted daughter, and she is amazing. We started a program built within Manitoba called Sacred Hoop, and it was mentioned here, the ongoing learning and acknowledging that transfer of knowledge. Well, at Sacred Hoop 1.0, then Sacred Hoop 2.0, then Sacred Hoop 3.0. So Ayana Hart is one of the first graduates of that program. Stand up, Ayana. She is also, she finished Vancouver Film School this past month, or last year, right? 2 years ago? 2 years ago. And she is an award-winning makeup stylist, and did my makeup this morning. Okay, well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your quietness and your calmness. I want to thank the children for being here, and especially for Chris and his amazing team. I want to acknowledge our relatives that have come over the border, over the medicine line, people that I shared the dance floor with many, many years. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, please be good to yourself, be kind to yourself. And if there's anything I can leave with you today is feed your gifts. Feed your gifts. Every time something amazing happens in your life, feed it, show gratitude, but feed your gifts, your spiritual responsibility. If you don't, you never know what's going to happen. Maybe you'll have a bout of bad luck, but you have to remember, my grandparents ingrained that in me. Feed your gift. Okay, well, Chimigwech, have a great day and safe travels home.
Amazing. As we see a lot of representation You know, it's because of people like her. Our stories are shared. And all of those are significant because we need to see ourselves represented everywhere, even in television. And to do it in an authentic, genuine way, leading with ceremony, that's also important, to have that guidance. And so if we're really trying to move towards sovereignty, sometimes those necessary steps to help us to those places are important. And I commend Lisa and her community and her people, you know, for all the great work that continues. And so with that, we're going to transition. As we're talking about sovereignty, especially tribal sovereignty, we look into people who are leading the charge in all areas, even in clean energy. We have a relative here representing the Dakota and also the Lakota people. And she's going to be coming up and sharing some of her life's work. So let's give a big round of applause to our next presenter here at Red Talks, Tangshi Claremont. You might recognize her from the championship last night. Maybe we should have had a sidestep song.
Hihani washte. Good morning, my relatives. Chante washte na pe choose api. Lakota ye patesa sapawia imachiapi. Tangshi Claremont Lakota or washichi ye imachiapi. Si changu Lakota na si situan wachbetoan Dakota himachaha. Good morning, my relatives. I greet you all with a warm handshake. I'm very blessed to be here today with you all, sharing some of my story. My traditional Lakota name is Black Buffalo Calf Woman. I was given that name by my maternal grandmother, Viola Iron Shell. My everyday English name is Tangshi Claremont. My mom, she really decided to give all of her kids, a unique name, a name that had a real meaning. Her name is Carmen, and she was like, I'm not naming any of my kids any kind of, regular everyday name. So she gave me the name Tangshi, which means younger sister in the Lakota language. I was named for my brother. And so my name is really special to me, and as you can imagine, throughout my life, I probably had to correct people on a daily basis, how to pronounce my name, how to spell my name, because it's that important to me. So I am born the daughter of a very strong and probably very stubborn Sichangu Lakota woman. I'm also the daughter of a very studious Sistan Wapton Dakota man. One of my earliest memories, in childhood was traveling back to our homelands on the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I remember it just being, in the heat of South Dakota summer. It was, all the rolling prairies and the smell of sage, hearing drums and whistles and seeing my family deep in prayer. From a very young age, I was always taken back in the summer from where I lived in Denver, Colorado, to go participate in our Sundance. So those are my teachings and instilled in me from a very young age. I never understood why our family lived in such a big urban city, Denver, Colorado. I always, traveling back to South Dakota was always very familiar to me. It felt very good and safe to me. And, as I got a little bit older, my parents started explaining that they were a product of the Indian Relocation Act. That's a U.S. federal legislation passed in 1958. That was, an attempt at assimilating our people. I never understood that, but I always saw my parents as, being hardworking, always connected to who they were, their identities. My mom is also a product of the Indian boarding school. Her and her 7 siblings all were taken, of course, taken to a place run by nuns and priests. You know, growing up in Denver, I never understood why all my non-native friends went to church and I didn't. And I'm so very thankful that my mom survived the boarding school, and she knew that, you know, as a Lakota woman, in order to teach her kids what she grew up with until she was taken, that it's important and we should be proud of who we are. And that is not our way. I'm not here to disrespect anybody else who chooses to, you know, have a religion, whether it's Catholicism or Christianity. But those are the very people that harmed a lot of our communities. And so I'm just, again, very blessed that I was able to have this upbringing, you know, from parents, again, that lived such a hard life, that sacrificed for future generations. As I mentioned, the Indian Relocation Act was enacted in 1958. My parents were kind of on the tail end of that in 1968, where they relocated to Denver, Colorado. Just 100 years before that, my great, okay, I'm 7 generations from Chief Iron Shell. He signed the 1858 Fort Laramie Treaty. You know, a lot of those times our family and our relatives had to make tough choices for the 7 generations ahead. I've always heard these things growing up, and I didn't always understand what that meant. But as I got older, continued to talk to my family and relatives, my elders, I started to understand more and more. And, you know, being up here today is very nerve-wracking. It's not something that I'm comfortable with. I'm now being called upon professionally, sometimes in my community, spiritually, to lead some of our efforts. I remember being in 1st grade, not talking to anybody. I was super shy and reserved and would almost cry if a teacher called upon me. It took me a few years, I would say until about 4th grade. I think I remember finally making friends, finally wanting to socialize. So I just kind of want to take you through this journey. I know we're up here to try to inspire and motivate and share some of our lived experiences. So I wasn't really sure what I was going to touch on. You know, my friend over here introduced me as somebody that's leading a charge in energy sovereignty. Yesterday I presented on what that meant. But I couldn't get to where I'm at today if I didn't share with you kind of that journey and that pathway, and it wasn't always so clear to me. 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, if somebody would have told me, oh, you're going to be, you know, doing some leadership work in developing renewable energy, in bringing solar systems and technology to our tribal communities, I would have laughed, because I would have never saw myself in this position. I've never asked to be any kind of leader, or I've always wanted to kind of just sit back and observe. I'm a very conscientious person. But sometimes, you know, we're positioned where we are because of the blood that runs through our veins. Like I said, I'm a descendant of Chief Iron Shell. I don't have a choice. A lot of us don't have choices or the privilege to say no. We have to step up when we're called upon. And so I've kind of, took that and realized that I'm very blessed again to be in the spaces I'm in, to be invited to, a convening like of this size, to be able to wear, and represent who we are and how we dress. We don't have to wear suits. We don't have to wear high heels. We can wear whatever we want in these spaces. And so over kind of my personal and professional journey, again, I started out being a really shy kid. Then as I got older, a lot of my older cousins, my older brother, he was pretty outgoing. And so I was like, oh man, I wish I could be like him. Or I wish I could be my mom. I always felt like my mom was always getting mad at somebody, yelling at somebody, yelling at my teacher. And I'd be like, oh man, don't yell at my teacher. I have to see her every day. But she wasn't yelling. She was just protecting. That's what we do as mothers and aunties and grandmas and friends and relatives. We protect our youth. We protect our children. So I feel like I'm starting to become that person. My kids can attest to that. They often, will come share their challenges with me. I'm like, do you want me to reach out to this person? Well, maybe if it happens next time. So I understand that now. It just takes a lifetime sometimes to start to realize just who we are and how we choose to lead our lives and how we always have to lean into our spiritual and cultural identities. As a young girl, my mom would always volunteer us. I'd usually be the 1 or 2 Native kids in my big giant public school in Denver, Colorado. We'd be doing, cultural presentations. As I got older into high school, my teachers would often call upon me for the Native perspective. That always irritated me because, I'm only a couple tribes out of 570 plus tribes in the U.S. I can't give that perspective for everybody. So even in our school systems, when it comes to that little time in the curriculum and history, we're always kind of an afterthought, or we were, still lived in teepees. I always got questions like that from my own peers. And that's frustrating to our kids. So it's just really good that, you all as educators and doing what you can in your community as maybe intergenerational teachers. Like, these are the things that we need to think about for our youth and how they live their experiences in these public schools. Even in tribal schools sometimes, there's lateral discrimination or racism. Maybe you're not dark enough, you're too light-skinned. That's tough on our kids. But we're all grounded in who we are, and I just encourage that for you all to, remind your students and remind your kids that to be proud. There's 7 generations ago when they had to sign treaties and they had to sacrifice for their communities just for us to be here today and get to convene like this and connect with one another. Again, I kind of jumped a little bit from here and there. It's just a lot to put into 20 minutes. It's really challenging. I just wanted to be able to express, that over the course of my lifetime and where I'm at today, again, I said I didn't ever see myself in these kind of spaces. But back in college, I remember an academic advisor telling me, or I didn't want to register for some, I don't know, music appreciation and listen to classical music, or, learn about Mesoamerican history. I never understood why that was important to my education. She said, well, you just need to, experience, all these different classes. It'll start to make sense in the end. And I think over the years, I've just kind of adapted that almost as a motto about learning a little about a lot. Because any space you walk in, you're going to have to be able to relate to somebody and relate to their life experience. And that's how you build genuine connections, is being able to relate to people. So whether it was working in my own urban Indian community with the youth, I once got a stint of working with a professional sports team, the Denver Nuggets. I got to meet Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson, and I was just this little skinny Indian girl working for the Denver Nuggets, and it was just such a great experience. Then I started getting more into, what's meaningful to me? Working with my own people, that's what's meaningful. And so I started my path in working nonprofit work. For the past 20 years, I've worked across different organizations, worked in higher education, working with tribal colleges and universities. Really learning that, our tribal colleges are important to our communities because that's a place-based perspective. They get to shape how they educate their community. I got to move on and do a little bit more work at a national level, developing policy with the federal government. That was frustrating. But I always kept that in mind. My mom was always raising her voice and advocating. And so that's when I really started, we don't want to be like our parents, but that's just inevitable. So I was able to, be successful in that role, and then eventually reached where I'm at today. I've been working in clean energy for about 7 years. So what does clean energy mean? It means solar panels, it means wind turbines. It could mean a whole lot of different things. It's still extractive. We still have to get minerals and to make these technologies work. That's the real conflict I think I feel on a daily basis. But at the end of the day, our teachings for generations and generations, we've always taken care of the land, our resources. Because if we don't have those, then we don't have culture, we don't have language, we don't have all these teachings. And so it's just been important to me to, step into this space and be present, learn from the tribes I work with. I've worked with about 85 different tribes, supporting them in the development of their renewable energy. So that's been a real blessing. I learn something all the time. It's never a one-size-fits-all approach. So with that, I just want to kind of wrap it up, and I hope I was able to kind of convey, again, that learning a little about a lot throughout your personal and professional lived experiences at the end of the day is always going to be important, because that means you're able to connect with people. And that's what we leave with, right? We don't leave with, oh, she had nice moccasins on, or, she had a nice hairdo. It's how you leave people feeling. And so I hope I was able to share a little bit and left you feeling a little bit inspired, because I'm inspired by you all. I am very appreciative to be in this space and for the time you're taking to listen to me and to Think Indigenous for inviting me to come up here. So again, want to just say thank you. Pilamaye, doksha ke.
Wow. Thank you, Tangshi, for your words. You know, I really liked what she said about relating to one another, and I think that's why, you know, this space and this gathering is so special, because there's no question if we belong here and belong with each other, we do. While the next speaker gets ready to take the stage, I would just like to reiterate that it is the youth that we are doing this for. It's the youth we care about. It's the youth that we're here to protect and uplift. And what I have always appreciated of Think Indigenous is that we don't just create space for youth, you know, we really give them a seat at the table. We honor their knowledge and their experiences just as much as we honor somebody who's had many more years lived. And that's really, really special. So with that, please once again listen with respect and help me welcome Sophia Smoke to the stage.
Hamita Kyapi, Empetu Kinde Derwahini na Yomach Bina Padamaye, Chante Washtina Pe Owas Chuzapie, Empetu Kindenina Washtekte Esteroye, and Yushkia Wachia Kapi, Empetu Washte Hanapi we Makyapi, Unkana Mitawa Ki Chaje Hemak on Ate Waya Ta Oyate Ebrizia Hokshira Achia Pikihe, Nahu Inawaya Amiki Abnujia Hatu Achia Pikihe. Wana waniatu ma ake shadoga nachu de koropent och beto yate hetje de hawahi. De koriapi ons be wichakia ma on de khachana de koriapi ons be ma chichia. He on mink de jabudusna. Hana pektia wana ake washitu yapi on maya kachanire. Hello everybody, all my friends and relatives. It's good to be with you all here today. My Dakota name is Empetu Washte Ichanapiwi. There is a good day coming woman, and my English name is Sophia Smoke. I'm 18 years old, and I come to you from the Dakota Plains Oyate out of Manitoba. I currently work as a Dakota language teacher at my home community at our Waiawa Tipi, our school. I teach nursery, kindergarten, and grade 7-8. Again, I'm very happy to be here with you all today to tell you a little bit about me. Alongside my work with the Dakota language, I also worked in journalism. I worked with CBC Kids News for 3 years and always did my best to report on news that I thought Indigenous people would genuinely find interesting and for our Indigenous youth to genuinely find relatable to their authentic experiences. I also served as Miss Manitobi, a title upheld to honor the memory of our missing and murdered Indigenous women and two-spirited people of Turtle Island. It was and still is a huge honor to have served my people in that way. It's one of those roles that changes you and walks with you for the rest of your life. I also worked as an actor for a few years throughout my high school career, namely on 2 different projects by the name of CTV's Acting Good and Craves Don't Even. I always put out a disclaimer that I do not condone any of the actions of any of the characters I've ever played. They're all bad kids. Again, I currently work as a teacher under the guidance of my kunshi at the Machbia Hedera Tipi school in my home community. My little ones are learning to speak their verbs, their numbers, their colors. My middle schoolers are learning to speak their basic conversational skills as well as learning to read and write them. I myself am currently taking 3 language classes to further my own proficiency as well. I just recently graduated high school last year. I spent my time there in all kinds of music, law, and literature classes and was able to achieve the Governor General's Academic Medal for the highest overall academic average in my 11th and 12th years. As of just last week, I have been accepted to the University of Manitoba, where I am slated to begin this fall, and I hope to one day study legislative law in order to help our communities preserve our languages, cultures, and ways of life legally. People ask me how I do all these things. It's kind of a lot, but for me, there has always only ever been one answer. That's the Dakota Iapi, my language. I grew up with it around. My Kunshis are all fluent speakers, and they spoke it to us frequently. Growing up, they would sing me songs in our language, and again, they would speak it even if we didn't always understand. I also grew up running around all over Dakota country. I'm a Powwow kid, so from one Powwow ground to the next, where I mostly hung around my elders. I was a different kid like that. My humor and intonation of voice was widely influenced by my Kunshis and my Unkas. I quickly earned the title of young elder. In this way, the sounds of the Dakota Iapi became familiar to me and personal. But when I started school at my Washichu, my white town school, I lost a lot of this precious time with my elders. I still had Wachipi, I still had my family, but as the story goes, I just didn't have the same time. And I hated learning French. When I was in school, it was still mandatory. I hated it. I always say that the only sentence I learned was, "Est-ce que je peux aller aux toilettes? May I use the bathroom?" The only class that I repeatedly skipped throughout my high school career, and I did it on purpose. Otherwise, I enjoyed school, and I did all right. But when I was about 11 or 12, I came to the realization that I could not speak my language. My skills were very isolated and very limited. I could tell you my name, but I could not ask you yours. My language was just lonely for the rest of itself. I'm exceedingly blessed to say that both my school and my family were very supportive in helping to set me up for success. My ina, my mom, she always said that the Western education system was pre-established and was always going to be there, but that the teachers of our ways of life weren't always going to be with us. So I was then allowed to take Fridays off, time which I would spend at home in my community with my kunshi, speaking our language. It would start, she would speak to me mostly in Dakota and translate keywords. She would say, "E sa hiwi tomak knife." She would gesture for me to pass her that knife. Next would be, "Yo kapte a hiwi tomak pass me that cup," so on and so forth. In this way, I learned my basic sentences and my nouns. I also learned a lot about our culture and our ways of life just by following my kunshi throughout our afternoons. When I would go home, I would know more than my parents. I would say things, and I would be misunderstood or not understood at all. And it's not comparable, but my kunshi once told me a story about her experience in residential schools where they were not allowed to speak their languages and were punished for it when they did. She used to tell me that, she was a brave wichana, she was a brave young girl, and that she always knew that one day she was going to get out of that place. And then on that day, she still wanted to be Dakota. She made a vow to stay that way. She told me that she would stand in the bathroom and wait for the hallway to go quiet with no more footsteps. Then she would turn in the mirror and say, "Dokidya unhe, and petu kende nina yomakpiya wanama rajukde." She would speak to herself in the Dakota language. This story really inspired me growing up. It showed me that our languages are worth fighting for. They are worth the struggle, and they are worth the loneliness of being misunderstood. However, whenever I heard that story as a child, consistently again and again, I made the vow that my kunshi would not go misunderstood when she was with me. I thought about this a lot growing up. There were many mornings throughout my younger years that I would turn to my own mirror in the morning and say, "Hamiye, and petukindeni no washtekteya. Today is going to be a good day." But mostly, I would turn to my dog, who I called Misu, little brother, even though he was much older than me at the time. "Ayushna, quit that. Ayutaka, sit down. Hiyu Misu, come here." Spoke to my dog, kind of shows you what kind of kid I was. But I also began to find more and more resources in my Dakota language, and I found that eventually these small practices such as speaking and writing and reading all on my own made a huge difference for me. Eventually, I found that certain words and phrases came to me first in the Dakota language, and English became a second thought. Eventually, it also seemed that my parents began to catch on, and slowly but surely the use of the Dakota language became somewhat commonplace in our home. It was simple things. "What time is it?" became, Wana adona pahede. My mom began to respond to ina and my dad ate. The only problem arose was when we would invite dog sitters over the weekend, over the Powwow weekends, and our dogs wouldn't listen for nothing because our sitters couldn't speak Dakota. Slowly but surely, my world expanded. I made larger connections with my family members who were graciously willing to teach me, and with more and more of my cousins who were also beginning their language journeys. I found inspiration in my Icheshi, my cousin, Akisha Agichi Tatuta of the Sisitin Wukbetu Oyate, who, despite his youth, is also able to speak with a fluency that I believe is comparable to our elders, although I'm sure he would deny that given he were here. I began to find more and more resources. I spent many years all over Turtle Island collecting books, texts, recordings, stories. I have books from back home in Manitoba and books from Khasapa down south in the Black Hills. My language wasn't so lonely for itself anymore. You can imagine how ecstatic I was when they translated the first Avengers movie into the Dakota Yapi. Yeah, right? Maza wichasta hemiado. Yeah, right? I also believe that this is what kickstarted my career in my Western academics as well. Because I had learned my language both through my lived experiences and modern methods of study, I knew what was going to be most effective in my learning and what was not. I knew how to commit things to memory as truths and not just as memorized facts. I think that this is how a lot of self-taught students and a lot of language problems go wrong. However, it's a difference between knowing and being. I find that as soon as we begin to relearn and reteach our ways through a colonial view, it becomes less productive. As soon as we stray from our original ways of teaching, such as oral tradition, land-based, kinesthetic approaches, it quickly becomes about memorization rather than allowing this knowledge to change your being. It's really important that we return back to these things because we don't want to speak like it's a script. We are taught by a non-Indigenous society that we should speak in a very clean, textbook, inexpressive, and palatable manner. However, I believe it is important that we continue to go back to our old ways. When you learn in our original ways of teaching, such as community and family ties, it becomes more than just a memory of your mind, but a memory of your muscle. You begin to make neural pathways between things like sight and sound, scent and memory. Slang in your language becomes funny because of what you feel when you say it, not just because contextually you know it is supposed to be funny. The language begins to take life in your blood and bones. The things we know stay in our heads. The things we live, the things we feel, our languages, they're meant to touch our spirits and our hearts. And that's going to change your life, and it'll change it for the better. As a young educator, I found that it can be quite difficult to deliver these things in the classroom, considering the nuance of the topic and the ever-changing minds of our students. However, when it is done right, it is so, so, so important and so, so, so productive. I found that it is one of the most rewarding topics in the classroom, as my students are able to instantly identify areas of success and progress. They're able to hear their mistakes and their successes in real time, and they don't have to solely rely on me. This grows their confidence in their independent abilities and the trust they have in themselves to identify places in which they can grow. Again, it's said that language is the base of all of our identities, and learning it allows our students, our youth, our people to explore things such as ceremony and culture on a deeper, more meaningful level. Language is the most necessary context to the world that we live in. Because of this, I've seen it open many doors for myself and for my peers, and I hope that all language learners, regardless of age and circumstance, find the encouragement to keep going and find these doors open for themselves. I say that I hope they find the encouragement because at the end of the day, the language is a responsibility and not one to take lightly. I've been sitting in on Jeremy Redigal of the Sisitin Wukbetu Dakota Oyate's Dakota language classes for a few years now. And one thing he begins all of his courses with is a quote from one of his elders. Nasun kichua, use your brain. It's just a small but powerful reminder to say that it is up to you and only you. Only you can learn that language for yourself. Along the same vein, I've also been taught by him specifically to say, I am teaching myself. With all due credit and respect to our elders and teachers, we say this in order to accept the independent responsibility of learning the language. Use your brain and teach yourself. And it's not easy, believe me. I, of all people, know that it's not. I always say that it requires your literal blood through connection with your family, your literal sweat through hard tears, and your literal sweat through hard work, and your literal tears, because it can often be very triggering. We relive this trauma as we relive our languages and relive the history of our people. What is easy, however, is to fall into the victim mindset that has been thrust upon us by colonization. This mindset will tell you that your language journey is about your personal growth, your personal story, your personal journey. And in this way, it will tell you that your mistakes are all that much more personal, and it will disconnect you and isolate you from the people around you. I've been there. I've done that. It's important that we don't let it get that far with ourselves. It's important that we make our connections with our family. My language has been, and I think always will be, almost everything to me. It came to me when I needed it most. It gave me purpose, and it gave me a path forward in my young life when most things felt unpredictable. It made me brave, and, well, it forced me to be brave. It often forced me into spaces in which I had the opportunity to learn more and more from my elders, spaces I might not have been brave enough to enter out of my own volition, like this stage here today. I knew that when all else failed, I was steady on my journey with Dakota Iapi, with my language. Which is why, when I was presented with the opportunities in my young life that I said yes, without a doubt, every single time. I didn't have it in me to say no. I did this in despite of how difficult it was to balance school, work, meetings, being on set, and trying to find the time to be a kid all at once. It was hard, but it couldn't stop me. I kept going. The confidence that my language brought me extended into all facets of my life at the most integral time. It's difficult to grow up. It's difficult to grow up as a young Indigenous woman in a society that was not made for me. I found that in most spaces I entered, I was the only Dakota there. I found that in most spaces I entered, I couldn't even bring my parents with me. So not only was I lonely, but I was quite alone. That couldn't stop me either, because I knew that the struggle I would endure to regain my language was never going to compare to the sacrifices that my ancestors made for me just to be standing here alive today. The bravery that my kunshi had in her youth is so much stronger than the shame that my mistakes could ever bring forth. It's important that we make this change in all of our mindsets. I believe it's actually vital. We are not burdened with this, but we are honored with such a valiant task and responsibility. Our ancestors gave everything for us. They are the ones who had it hard, and yet they lived through it so that our yoke may be lighter. It's important that we remember this, how good our ancestors were, because we have a responsibility to do the same for our next generations. We have a responsibility to be good ancestors. And I'm not telling you that it's going to be easy, but I'm telling you that it's going to be worth it. I find that this responsibility is best kept in the hands of our young people, which is why I choose to spend my time in a school. There is something in youth that makes you feel like you have something to prove. I see it in my students. I feel it in myself even now, and I think I'll always feel this way. But my language gives me purpose. I always knew that I kept it in the forefront of my mind that if I didn't show up to do what I was called to do, my people would have no voice in that room. And I couldn't do that to my people. I had to accept this responsibility. It's important that we give to our youth these same challenges. It's important that they know they have a creator-given role, purpose, and stories to tell. So Hanana Apektiami Takyapi, that's all I have to say, Nina Padamaya, for allowing me the time to tell you my story. I have to say thank you to my unkana, my grandfathers who brought me here, the people who came before me, to my unkana. Dakota Yapi te unchidapa, Dakota Wichoga. I love my Dakota language and I love my Dakota life. The Makota ya, Nina Padamaya, Nina Washtea. I am Dakota and it is good, and I thank you. Toshta kemi takyapi.
Thank you. Ahiaha, Bidamaya, Toshkaki, till we see you again. You know, I think she put the world on notice. You don't want this smoke. Sophia smoke here, yeah. Amazing. I gotta send a message to my nephew. I don't know if he's here, but he should be watching. Don't miss this up. My sister's son, you know, I see her in the pictures of sweethearts and stuff like that. And so if you were here last year, you might remember him. His name is Watson Warren Whitford. And again, very powerful, prominent speaker himself. And so, Sophia, if my nephew ever steps out of line and messes up, make sure you call me. Let me know. But again, you know, very powerful. And I want to say that, you know, with the people showing appreciation in the way in which you were able to show that speaks volumes to the message and the work that our youth are doing. I feel like we're in good hands. But we can't be, you know, again, we have to be very resilient and mindful. And so again, thank you again for a beautiful presentation. Great words. Appreciate that. Now, we're going to move to our relative visiting from across the big waters here. We have Kenoy Wilson. Appreciate her. Give her a big round of applause here.
You're ruining my opening, man.
Audio tech, do we have sound? Can we check to make sure we got sound? Is it plugged in? We have our HDMI plugged in. Okay, we got it now. Here we go. Let's do this again here. We got to do this properly here. Okay. All right, let's give another big round of applause here for Kenoy Wilson.
Check 1, 2, check. Bro, how are we all doing this afternoon or morning? Like I Aloha. Okay, when I say aloha, you have to say aloha back to me. Aloha. Aloha. Hey, aloha. Aloha. Nani. That is beautiful. As we are waiting for our tech guy, because, you know, I got to get myself ready. One of the things I want to open up with is Ovau no Kenoy Wilson, no Hawaii mai iau. He kama vau makamokupuni nui o Hawaii. Yeah. He kama no au no ke ali'i o ke ave ke kahi ali'i o ka moku. He kama vau o ka aina pula pula o ke au kaha. Whew, sorry. Those are the sounds of my birth. I introduce you to my aina, the island that I come from, the Big Island, Hawaii Island. And I share with you a mo'oku'auhau, a genealogy chant that talks about Sky Father, because you all have a Sky Father. For us, he is Wākea, the everlasting sky. And our mother is Papa, Papa Hanau Moku, the woman who gives birth to islands. Because this is how we start from our Kuana Ike Hawaii. from our genealogy. O ke no ya papa hanau moku. Hanau Hawaii he moku. Hanau Maui he moku. Ho iho wa ke no ya ho hoku kalani. Hanau moloka I he moku. Hanau lana I kaula he moku. Lili o pupuna lua o papa ya ho hoku kalani. Ho iho o papa noho ya wa ke. Hanau ahu he moku. Hanau ko I he moku. Hanau o ni hau he moku. He ula o ka ho'olave. That's how we tell everybody who we are. The lands that we come from. Because once our keiki know that chant, and they learn that from babies, they know exactly who they are. I'm so humbled to follow Sophia. Because you know why? That is exactly what we talk about. That is the byproduct of who we are when we do language revitalization, Indigenous education. We see that happening for us. So we good to go now? All right.
You think you are in America. You are not.
Where is it now? Where did it go?
Get your hands up. Get your hands up.
American, and now I know.
I figure you Canadians, you'd appreciate this, because I'm not American. He Hawaii au, mau a mau. I am Hawaiian. I am not an American. I am Hawaiian. You come to Hawaii, know that you are not in America. You are in the Hawaiian kingdom. You are in the nation of Hawaii. You're all welcome to come because you are all ohana now. Yeah, you're all relatives because our struggles are the same. The context might be different, but the struggle is the same. But you know what? We are all here for each other. All here for each other. Here we go. Because we're all about settlers. We're all saying to ourselves, enough is enough already. Right? We're reminding ourselves now more than ever is the time for us to rise up. Everybody say, e ala e. E ala e. E ala e. E ala e means to rise up. Time to get up. Enough already pulling the wool over our eyes. Enough about the lies, the injustices. We are no longer victims to your colonization. Hell no. Hell no. Po already. For us, we say po. And so I'm going to ask you all, we're going to activate this room. We're going to make sure they all hear us. I know you powwow people are going to love this. You are. We're going to start off with 3 claps. 3 simple claps. And in this, I'm going to do a chant. This chant, E ala e, talks about rising of the sun. It talks about bringing that sun out of the ocean for us. It's talking about a new day. A dawning of a new day for all of us as Po'eoiwi, as an indigenous peoples of this planet. And so, real simple. 3 claps, okay? Ready? Everybody ready? Okay, drummers, don't speed up. Okay, dancers, you're gonna like this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, just follow me. Here we go. Nice. Come on, I want to see everybody's hands moving. We gotta activate this room. Nice. Don't speed up, drummers. Here we go. E ala e kalai kahikina I tamoana hohunu I kaleva nu I kahikina ayakala. E ala e. Keep going. E ala e kalai kahikina I tamoana hohonu I kaleva nu I kahikina yakala. E ala e. Hanaho, one more time. Here we go. E ala e kalai kahikina I tamoana hohonu Pikaleva kalevanu ikahigina ayakala. Eala, stop. Boom. Yeah, give you guys a round of applause. There we go, right? Because now more than ever, it's a time for us to rise up. I stand before you humbly on the shoulders of my ancestors who have brought me to these shores with my ohana in my heart, my family, my husband, my children. You're going to see them in a little bit. But now more than ever, together as a collective, kako apau, we have to rise up. Yeah, we have to eala, because we are doing awesome things, you guys. Yeah. Brother Ron was right when he said earlier today, language revitalization is generational. We have celebrated 4 generations of language revitalization in Hawaii. 4, right? Can I get an ALA? 4 generations. We're talking about my parents' generation, my kids, my children, and now some of us having mo'opuna. 4 generations of language revitalization. Where our kids weren't told, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're not going to amount to anything. Nope, none of that. Now, they can olelo, they can introduce themselves, they can come up, and just like Hone's son, can do a ha'i olelo, just like maka olelo Hawaii. And in our language, there is an olelo no'eau that talks about ika olelo no keola, ika olelo no kamake. That in language, there is life. In language, there is death. The power of words that can give life. The power of words that can take life away. It is a reminder for us that as we went through our Hawaiian language movement 40 years ago, that our language is our culture. That without language, we have no culture. And that was important for us. That stays with us forever. Indigenous education. You all doing that. That's why we're all here. Think indigenous. Yeah? In Hawaii, our public school system, they finally caught up. They did. I'll give them that. Because for them, their mission is o Hawaii ke kahua o ka na'awau. Hawaii is the foundation of education. That now every child who goes through our public education system needs to learn about the place that they come from or call home for some of them who are coming here. That Hawaii, the place they call home, is now the foundation of their education. Aina-based education, place-based, however you want to name it. For us, it's Aina-based education. You're not just learning about the place, but you're learning about the people. You're learning about the culture. You learn the language, the olelo, that is tied to that particular Aina. Aina-based education is now he kumu ka Aina, he haumana ke kanaka. That as some of us had said, our Aina, our environment, that which sustains us, that is our first teacher. That it is the Aina that is our kumu. And we, all of us in this room, Kanaka, humans, we are the students. We are the students. And that's really important for us. Cultural resurgence. Oh my God, how many of you guys went to the jingle dress dance competition last night? That was awesome. That was my first time ever seeing anything like that. And I was so impressed. I'm going to say it really proudly, and I told Chris this earlier. I'm like, I picked the 2 winners. So when it came, I was like, I like her and I like her. I couldn't take my eyes off of them. I'm like, I think those are the ones. And Maxine was like, yeah, girl, yep. And I was like, mm-hmm. Right? But cultural resurgence is so important. This year, one of the things that I do every year in my community is the Merry Monarch Hula Festival. If ever you have a chance to want to see hula in its finest, join us. Come to Hilo. This is our 63rd annual Merry Monarch Festival. Right, Can I get an ALA for that? This year, we actually celebrate 50 years of the men's competition. ALA! Yes, for our Kane. And that's important for us. This year, we also celebrate 50 years of Hokulea, our wayfinding vessel, who has sailed over 100,000 nautical miles across this planet to talk about Malama Honua, to talk about sustainability, to bring about the brilliance of our ancestors. You know, while the Europeans, they were on their big rig ships, walking, you know, like going in the ocean. Guess what? They stayed along their shoreline. Our kupuna, they didn't do that. They colonized and they peopled the largest surface area on this planet. And that's the Pacific Ocean. That's what we did. That's who we descend from. That's my kupuna. But you know what? They also realized, and we also realize today, we can't do it alone, you guys. We got to do it together. We got to find our allies, our relatives, our ohana from wherever you are. Because that's important for us as a collective. Aohe hana nui ke aluia. No task is too big when done together with all of us. Yeah? Because it's all of us that have to help raise each other up, that have to uplift the next generation, because that's important for us. And so I come to you humbly as just a messenger of my lahui, of my nation, of my people. And I share with you this really quick video of what it means, because this here is an homage not to just our people, but to every indigenous nations, peoples here on this planet. All of you here at Think Indigenous. I hope that as you watch this short video, you're gonna see uncles, you're gonna see aunties, you're gonna see keikis, all that come from your community, because this is the byproduct of what we're doing right here, right now, today for the next generation. Enjoy.
Here's to the Oiwi leaders, the ones who choose Aina over asphalt.
That's Mauna Kea, right there.
Who speak Olelo Hawaii not just in class, but everywhere, in Kula, at home, in Kaiolu. They're not always in the spotlight, but they light the way. You can question their methods.
It's my uncle.
You can analyze their metrics. You can't
That's
ignore
my
their
kumu
impact.
right there, saying I'm not an American.
Because they reimagine education not as a place, but as a practice. Not just for students, but for whole communities. They plant a'ali'i in scorched soil. They build curriculum from oli. They listen to kupuna and dream with keiki. They said learning could happen in lo'i, in lokoi'a, and in labs, through internships, through mele, and in the hearts of Opio who are seen, heard, and believed in. They share mo'olelo about the resilience of our lahui and build systems to live it. They shifted land beyond profit to purpose, from lease to legacy, from transaction to transformation. They responded to crisis not with panic, but with pilina. They didn't wait for change, they led it. And while some just measured years, they measured growth in generations, in ike, in kuleana, in hope. Because the ones who ku'upau, who believe in a thriving and self-determined lahui, who live aloha aina, who see ea in every keiki, are the leaders who move us forward.
Can I get an ALA? ALA! ALA! This is what it's going to look like, you guys. Can you imagine that world? For us in Hawaii, it's already happening. now more than ever. Yeah. One of the words or one of the olelo no eao that we use also, a proverb, is e paio lolo ikalolo. This was shared during the time of the illegal, I say illegal overthrow and annexation. The U.S. military occupation for over 130 years. But one thing our kupuna said was, e paio lolo ikalolo, that now more than ever, this is where we fight. Now more than ever, this is our weapon. Because, you know, once we have our keiki, have that kahua of where they come from and who they are, and having those ancestral knowledges, and then they go out and they learn this Western form of education. You know what, though? They become even more powerful because now they know what the enemy knows. They know what the enemy knows. But then they're still secure on who they are as Kanaka. And that makes it more powerful because I tell you right now, you know, some of those people are coming going, oh my God, we love what you guys do. Please share with us. Share your ike. And then we're going, we'll see. We'll let you know if you're worthy of the ike. But right now, it's all about our keiki taking on the kuleana, the responsibility to become the next leaders. Yeah, to run the schools, to take over that system right now that beat our grandparents when they couldn't speak our language. Nevermore. My children, my mo'opuna, they will never experience something that my grandmother had to go through. Nevermore. Because now our keiki are going to be the ones. They're going to take over that system. But we got to set it up for them, you guys. We got to set it up for them. We got to build the kahua. Okay, kahua mamua mahope ke kukulu. We have to set that solid foundation for our keiki now so that they can build on top of that. Because that's really important. And of course, one of the ways we could do that is being in rooms like this, being at Think Indigenous, being at NIEA, any of the places that our people can gather and share ideas and what we're doing. And so I'm going to invite you. I got the permission from Auntie Noi Noi, my auntie right there, as an open invitation to all of you. World Indigenous Peoples Conference, happening in 2028 in Hawaii. Woo! So relatives, ohana, educators, knowledge seekers, all of you are invited to come. Get that two-piece bikini out. You don't need no fur jackets there. Leave your boots at home. Chris, I'm going to see you in surf shorts, huh? All right, we're going to tan those legs, boy. Tan those legs before powwow season. Because we want you to bring your stories. We want you to bring your communities. Because that's where we're going to uplift. That's where we're going to rise with each other every day. And so I share with you this. This is my why again. Yeah, this is my ohana. It's 4 generations of us in these photos. You see that little white guy in there? Yeah, that's my mo'o. Yeah. And that's okay because you know why? We're still going to love him up. And he's going to be one of those that's going to speak Olelo Hawaii in front of this stage. And people are going to look at him going, wait, you're blonde hair and blue eyes. But yeah, I'm a Kanaka. He Hawaii au, a mau. I am Hawaiian forever and ever and ever. And he's going to be proud of that. He's going to know that. The dad might not be happy, but oh well. That's what we say. Because it's the women in our family that raise the mokos, the babies, the mo'os. So that's what we're going to do. Because it's important for us to teach our keiki, again, to be proud of being Kanaka, of being proud of being Oiwi, of being proud of knowing where they come from, who they are, and then how they're going to serve the Lahui, how they're going to serve their nation. And so with that, I say these few parting words. Mahalo nui yauko pakahia pau. Ke kaualoha vale mai la taua e. Ka mauna o ka li'u kua. I kualoha me ka mahalo. Aloha, aloha e. Mahalo nui ia o ko pakahia pau na ka hele ana mai ke ia hai o lelo. Mahalo nui ia Chris, Evan, a me ko ohana ke kahi no ke kono ana mai ia o ke ia aina hu i loa. A ka mahalo, mahalo ko umau Tita, Maxine, mahalo nui ia o ko. Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo. I get a blanket? Is that a blanket?
Thank you so much to our sister from across the world. There's so much, pride amongst our Indigenous people from all over, our relatives from all over. And, we're so grateful to really have speakers from all corners of the world, across the oceans, to come and share their knowledge. Hopefully you made some connections, took some time to reflect. Before we keep moving forward, can we all just take a second to take a deep breath in all together? We'll go in through our nose. Let's take a breath. Out through your mouth. Yeah. Just your reminder to stay present and stay in the moment and to listen.
All right. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of smell lunch. Yeah. We have the food being set up over there, and so if we're kind of going to do it in a respectful manner, it'd be nice. Maybe we'll start with our elders, and so maybe we'll get the elders lined up, but they're just setting up food right now, and so you have a little bit of time. I know some of you guys were having the big Auntie Lass and Uncle Lass in the back there. Some of you guys might not know there's a sound that travels in those little pockets. It actually comes a little bit louder out into this area, so just so you know that we can hear everything, okay? So if you want to line up in a bit, you're free, but you have some time here before the lunch is just about ready to network, to have conversations, to collaborate, to take pictures, come and talk to our relatives. And so any housekeeping that we need to think of? Oh, the app. If you haven't got a chance to download the app, they are putting all the raffle winners on the app. So if you download the app, you'll get a notification when there's a new winner or a raffle being made. So anything else that you can think of?
Literally nothing. So we will continue on with our Red Talks again in the afternoon at 1 p.m. So take some time to yourselves. Connect with others. Talk to somebody you didn't come here with, somebody you don't work with every day. Share stories, and we'll be back soon.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good lunch break.
Yeah, so while lunch is getting ready, take this little bit of time to visit and also go upstairs and we have the Think and Dig merch. It's going to close, so if you didn't get any, go up there and get that. We don't do online sales or anything like that, so if you didn't get that, go ahead and buy those. And also our vendors, they'll be shutting down soon as well, so go ahead and get that all sorted out.
If anybody is missing a phone from the vendor booth, it was brought up here. I will have it on the back. We have Miss David Drysidle case. So if you are missing a phone or you know someone who's missing a phone, you can direct them to me. Another thing, if you were somebody who purchased this tumbler, it's a Big Bear tumbler from the vendor booth and left it at the table, she returned it up here, so if you purchase this, come get it. So we'll have we also have a couple of lost and found things. I have a silver clip-on earring. If you want the matching piece, come and get it. And I also have a big bear tumbler that someone purchased and left at a vendor, and they want to return this item to you. So if you've lost any of those items, you can see me on the side here.
All right, here we go with our afternoon program. Let's get everybody's attention. I know the first half of the conference, we're trying really hard to listen, to be respectful, attentive. Now we're probably gonna try real hard to stay awake. Yeah. We had a good lunch, and that's everybody. Everybody had good conversations. I'm very thankful that you guys all stuck around, and we have a few more speakers that are going to be speaking here today. And now we're just rounding everybody up, and hopefully everybody can get seated. I know that time is sometimes of an essence for all of us, but we're going to do a panorama with the camera so all the chief and councils know that you stayed for the whole 3 days. And you just didn't take the per diem and travel check and then just came first day and left. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-host. Remember, look on the Event Mobi app. The schedule's on there, but also the raffles. And so I know some of you guys were asking about raffles. We're putting push notifications on there too, so you'll get a little ding sometimes about raffles, and you collect your raffles in the back, I believe. And so those are all items that were given from a lot of the vendors. Also, support the vendors. Make sure you get a chance to go back there and buy something. And we also have a few more jackets and different things with the Think and Dig swag. And we never order any more after this date. And so sometimes what we sell or what we have left, that's it. And then the next year we'll have some more again too. And so with that, go ahead, Kunis.
So as we move into our afternoon and come in and settle down, let us just keep remembering what Red Talks are all about and what we're here for, and to listen and listen with your heart. Our people carry so much knowledge, and it's not something you can just get from a book, but everyone are truly masters in their craft. As Chris always says, Jedi masters of the culture and the way of life. And we're lucky to see people come here and they walk onto the stage. It's their culture first, it's who they are first, the people they're tied to, the land they're connected to, that always leads the way. And with that, our next speaker I would like to introduce, with some hometown pride from the Red Pheasant Cree Nation, Mr. Patrick Bugler.
My mom taught her back home, Red Pheasant. And I'm super proud of seeing our young people sit up on stages like this, helping at ceremonies, helping in places where it's interesting because and it's my own, I don't know what it is, but I don't see them there, and I should see them there, right? I should see them as our leaders and I lose so many things, but I should see them in these spaces, right? I shouldn't see them as those little ones. I should see them as those leaders in our future. Pat Bugler Nitsigasun, Mixochiko. I'm thankful to be here today. My name is Pat Bugler from Red Pheasant Cree Nation, the Eagle Hills, right in the heart of Treaty 6 territory. And I've always had a tough time coming up here. And I guess what I want to say today is that it's our duty, I guess, to be able to share when we have those opportunities. I've heard so many times, to help, to try to do, what you can to further and to champion, to be those warriors for our people, for our young ones, to create that space. Hopefully this is going to work. But I want to start out first, again, I'm from Red Pheasant Cree Nation. These are my parents, my late mother and father. Again, all of you, they're all of our greatest teachers, our parents. And everything that they are exists in me. Everything that my late grandparents are funnels through them, exists in me, and goes to my kids and my grandkids. I'm that link. So my roots are Red Pheasant. I always call that home, right? Regardless where I go, right? It's always home. That's where my belly button is, right? That's That's where my kids' belly button is. That's always home. On my mom's side, they're actually on the right-hand side, I guess, is my mom's parents from Sweetgrass First Nation, Charles Fox and Mary Martell, a Métis woman who became status after 85, all that stuff, and you know how the act, I guess, controls our lives. But I'm very proud of these two. Very proud of two on my dad's side here. Rock Thunder's Florence Rock Thunder from Pie Pot. Pat Bugler Sr. from Red Pheasant. Strolled down south Treaty 4 territory. I'm thankful to be here today and to be speaking, as part of Treaty 6, but also have that connection to Treaty 4. And thankful to our hosts and the people who have opened this space up for us. But he strolled down Pie Pot to the hills in the valley and found Nokom, my Kokom, my grandma, and brought her back up to Red Pheasant. And then, of course, the rest is history. But these ones are my greatest teachers. I hope do I have a timer type thing, or you're going to give me a wink and a gun? Okay. This is my family. This is the last picture I think we took as a family before my mom passed. We were able to honor her. She said, for her last Mother's Day, I want us all to come together. And so we made sure we got, I think all of my brothers and sisters are in there, from my mom's side anyways. We're all there. All the grandkids are there. And for her, it was just shortly after that where we moved her bed into the living room. And she spent her last probably couple weeks in her living room so people could come visit her before she passed away with cancer. But I'm very thankful we had this opportunity to come together that way. This is me in grade 7. The little kid in the top right-hand side, little boy with braids. And this is me looking at my wife. This year, actually this month, in a few weeks here, we'll be celebrating 30 years together. But like I said, I was a boy with braids. My grade 9 year, and this is, again, all through school, you notice, you hear little things, you see little things. And up until my high school, I carried those braids, but I didn't really know what the importance, what the significance of them was. So of course, growing up in a Catholic schools, they're never honored, never given that space. So this is my grade 9, this is my grade 10. And when I look at that picture, there's grief. And I just think about my dad waking me up just before school on my grade 10 year, the first week, or last week before we get back, after me talking and saying, Dad, I want hair, can I cut my hair? Mom, Dad, can I cut my hair? And my dad woke me up. Let's go. Let's go. Didn't even know what we were doing. Okay, let's go. I didn't even think. And then we pulled up to the barber shop. Said, if you want this. And I did. But I didn't know. My wife is actually here with me today. That's us. Again, we're celebrating 30 years together. I knew her since grade 4. Asked her out in grade 7. She shut me down. She said no, but I'm thankful. I'm thankful for that. Because if we'd gone out and gone to that movie, shared popcorn at that time, she might have seen all the popcorn all over my shirt and all that kind of stuff. And that might have been it. But I know Creator has that plan. He's got that plan, right? And this is that plan. My kids, my son Nate on the right-hand side, He is transgender. I don't introduce him as transgender. He's my son. My daughter is getting a big hug from Nate Madison. Strong, resilient young mother teaching now. Her husband, Adam, my wife and I, Mrs. Smuck in the bottom there, Arya and Kai, two little non-status Indians that the act has now defined that they don't have status. But that doesn't mean that we can't pass on those teachings, those understandings. There's me just before they pushed me down in a little family photo. But these are my pride and joy. They change how we think, how I think. They change how we see things. And I'm just thankful. But they're my why. I'm going to say just a few little stories here. These pictures are here just to help me understand, help me remind me of some things. A few years ago, probably 10 or 12 years ago now, I guess this young man is now graduating. We took one of our family friends, he's my nephew. Actually, he's probably more like my niece and my grandson, because we took in, we used to live in a house with young ladies at risk. We used to be the house parents there. And one of those ladies had a little one. He was 1 year old. He just came to us. And we've maintained a relationship, even though we don't live in that house anymore. Maintain a relationship. That little man is graduating. His mom, doing better, free from addictions, all that stuff. But we took him on this little trip, and I'll try to. You guys have to, because I'll go this way, I'll go that way, I'll go all over the place. But this part of this trip reminds me, again, of who's in your boat, right? This instructor here is telling us, okay, when we're in the boat, you sit down, you hold on, when we tell you to paddle, you paddle. You never stand up in the boat. We're not even out of the little pool that we're standing in. And who stands up? This guy right here. Over the side I go. And that guy, without even thinking, just goes like this. And I think I'm still underwater at this time. And all these, there's like probably 8 or 10 like rafts in this thing. And he just goes like this. He looks at me and he pushes me down. But then he pulls me right back up. And I'm a little bit lighter than I was, I'm a little bit heavier than I was in that picture. But, I was still 230 pounds or whatever it was. But he just went like this. He just pulled me right over. And the reason why I asked that, who's in your boat? Or who are the ones that you can depend on? Who are the ones that are going to pull you up? And who are you going to be able to pull up? Who are you going to be able to bring up when they fail, when they fall? Again, I always see these little things. The last phone call, mom and dad, losing those resources, those people, and I hate to reduce them to being resources, but they're the people that we can turn to. How do you say this, Mom? How do you say this? How do you help me understand more like this than like this? So when we think about Wakoto and our relationships, how we relate to each other, and how, that whole, just our relationships. I was speaking at my mom's funeral, and just that night before, we had a little family chat, talking just kind of, whatever, talking about how things are going and stuff. And one of the young men in our chat, one of our family, our nephew, asked about how would you say this word? What's the word for this? And it hit me right there. My place that I went to was right there. And of course I have, uncles and aunties and those kinds of things, but those ones were the ones that I've turned to first. And I want to encourage all of us to ensure that we not only cherish these relationships, but cherish the relationships of the elders in your communities. Take that time. My wife, as a non-First Nations person, teaching 100% kids, pre-K kids in her classroom. And she's always worried about, how do I, as a non-First Nations, how do I bring that in? How do I align what we're doing with who the kids are? And the encouragement I have for you folks is to ensure that you're inviting that, not just going and saying, tell me, but bringing it in. Let them tell. Let them tell those stories. Build those relationships as non-First Nations teachers. Build those relationships with the elders in your communities. Take that time. You know, Kenoy talked about, you know, people coming to her and saying, you know, tell us, we'll see. That's how our elders are. They have to be able to trust you with that information, with that knowledge. They can't build trust without time. Can't build trust without action. The community resources, we have parents, we have elders, we have knowledge keepers in our communities that have skills, talents, and abilities that we often just see them as on the other side, as this. And I think about, you know, how it was, and I don't know how it was, but my mind goes to how did we as communities teach our kids prior to contact? How did we ensure that stuff was passed, or that knowledge was passed on from, it was everybody, aunties, uncles, kokums, mushums, friends even, keeping each other accountable, keeping each other on that, you know, thinking about that collective. So we have community resources, not just in people, but in the land. That land is our relationship as well. The Creator is a relationship as well. And when I think about, you know, the ceremony that we step into every day, into our schools with our kids, on the land, in the work we do, it's important for us to, in my mind anyways, and this is just, again, a reminder for me, these last few weeks have been really stressful for me, because it's difficult to come up here, but it's been good for me because it's reminding me. Ceremony wakoto in our relationships, that's with ceremony. Yeah. The work we do, atoskewin. The work we do, so I'll go back here. We're in my wife is a pre-kindergarten teacher. She got hundreds of books on these bookshelves and little toys and stuff that the kids can play. So every now and then my grandkids get in there. You never ever turn down a construction hat that's too small for you from a little 3-year-old. But there's work that we get. Few years ago, I was worked with the Ministry of Education. I was challenged by some friends, you're a token Indian going over there. They're not going to listen to you. And I disagree with that. I disagree because we can weaponize that. We can be voices and advocates and warriors in those spaces. But if I choose not to say anything, then I'm letting them use me as a token. But when I can go there and I can talk to one of the deputy ministers at the time about this Indian time thing and this whole belief that Indians are always late. We're always late for everything. Well, I'm waiting, deputy minister's office, going to Regina Catholic at that time, for a meeting, and I'm supposed to drive with one of the ADMs. He takes his time. We're 15 minutes late. On the car ride over there, I said, you need to understand something. For you, it's okay. For you, it's okay. Because people expect that of you. But for me to walk in late, it's not okay because people expect that from me. And that's not right. I can talk to them, take that time to talk about Wakoto and about the spirit and the life that exists in that word. The spirit and life that exists in the work we do. That we don't just treat it as a job, it's a duty. Getting in the trenches, I have way more, so I want to make sure I get through this stuff. But as a leader, again, another little story, very quick story. We were sitting in we're moving into a new building. Of course, we have to unload and load and unload and load. And one of the people who was building it saw me kind of rolling up my sleeves and helping out. And he said, what are you doing? You have people that can do that for you. And I thought, like, this is a guy who was a leader before and still leads. And for me to have a leader that says, no, that's not my job, right? It didn't sit with me right here. Each one of you has leadership. You sit at different tables. You have leadership at that tables. You have opportunities at those tables to voice, to be warriors, to lead, to work. So take those. Who's lucky to have who? I think about, nations saying, oh, they're lucky to have a job here. Or teachers saying, they're lucky to have me. They're lucky I'm even working here. For me, we're all lucky to have kids in our schools. Without those kids, we got nothing. We got no future. And I'm not saying just let it go, like not saying for nations, give them all the money in the world, to get them to come here. Or I'm not saying to teachers, do everything and accept those pennies. Do everything that without that time, that recognition of time. But at the same time, I'm saying, because I can say I can give $1 million to a teacher, or a principal, or a chief, but if they don't love what they're doing, that $1 million they don't want it. It's not worth it, right? So take that time. Take those opportunities. This is Kai's first day of school. This is my 3-year-old going to pre-K. This is the why. We have a moral imperative. Those 2 little ones going to a provincial school don't have opportunities that our kids do in our schools. They don't get to hear and listen and see those elders. So my job is to make sure that I challenge those provincial systems to say, let's make that space, let's create that space. And all of you are space creators. I think about young Sophie here, who's going to lead those next generations. And just the power and I don't know what it is, but she's just got this energy. But I'm thankful for people like Chris, for the leaders that I've worked with, for creating that space so that Sophie could do what she's doing. But again, moral imperative is about this too. About not going back, not creating these systems that don't let us be who we are. I won't speak about this because I know I've got how much time? Thank you. I see a thank you there. But I'll just tell you a quick little thing. This is Patty Poopy. I'm sorry, I know I'm going over time, but Patty Poopy was given to me by my 7-year-old. She's now 7. She gave me, I was sleeping, of course, on a Saturday morning after come sleeping, and mushum. Here, mushum, this is for you. Patty, a piece of poop or whatever in a little stuffy. But what we did, we take her, this is Patty Poopy in his thong, right? We're heading off to Cuba. We try to take him along. And we put him in little pictures. There he is sitting on the little thing there. We send these pictures to my grandkids. And they're just looking in the picture in their little tablet. They're trying to find Patty Poopy. So this is what they do. Watching all the guys and girls in their real bikinis and Speedos, which I'll have my Hawaiian Speedo at Whipsy, I think. Here is Tim Hortons there. They have to shut the slide down because there's poop on there. Take them to Cuba, Hawaii, Mexico, wherever we can. Here's the Hawaii picture. And what I want to say to you when I think about how we treat others and the relationships and the work we do and all that kind of stuff is as much as Patty Poopy, if I go back, I don't know if you found him or not. He's sitting in the A-hole of Bella Costa and Platinum and Aloha. Even though he hangs out with A-holes, he hangs out with us too. But let's just be good people, good relationship build those relationships, build that trust, take that time. But I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. And thank you, Chris and Kakawishtahow. Thank you very much for the work that you did and do continue to do for our people. So,
All right, thank you, Pat Bugler. Amazing. Great stories, great stories. As we continue on, we have 2 more presenters as part of our Red Talks here, and we're going to be moving into our next speaker. Our next speaker is an educator, and she's done a lot of great work, and I think it's important, again, to highlight a lot of the progression of stuff that is happening, and every one of us were part of that. And thinking about it from a holistic worldview, grounds a lot of the work that we're doing, and that's the foundation. All of these things in which we do needs that foundation, whether it's the stories about where we grew up, or being culturally grounded, or having purpose and a why. And so all of that is part of that foundation and being able to do that work too. And so with our next speaker here, we're very thankful for her to join us. And so I'm going to invite up to the stage here, Rihanna Erasmus. Come on up. All right, we're going to probably have to do that again. That wasn't loud enough, she said. I don't know. We have a lot of people here coming from all parts of the world. And we have indigenous communities represented here. And again, we want to greet them with warmth and make sure that they feel that. And so once again, let's give her another big round of applause for joining us here at Think Indigenous.
Masi, Gleiko, Witaskum, Hupachasadaksub. My parents are Eric Sayers. He is Cree and Anishinaabe. My mother is Beulah Sayers Watts, Hupachasat, and Ukulit. I come from a long line of ancestors. My grandfather was Dan Watts. He was Taiyi Hawith, the high chief of the Hupachasat people. My grandmother is Annie Watts. She was a daughter of the hereditary chief from Hitatsu, Taiyi Hawith, Jack. On my father's side, my grandfather was Alfred Sayers, and he was Cree and Anishinaabe. And my grandmother, on my dad's side, is she is a Lafond from Muskeg Lake. This is how we introduce ourselves, so we know who our ancestors are, where we come from. It is important for people to know that. I come from, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous because I was expecting a lectern up here. I was expecting to follow Tyler Tatusis. And so here I am, a little bit nervous. When my nephew Chris called me and asked me to speak, I thought, you can't say no to your nephew, right? But I was nervous. I went to see a friend about a week ago. I said, I'm falling apart. I spend hours writing a speech. And she said, "What is bothering you?" So I told her. She said, "Rihanna, stand in your Indianness. All of that chatter is colonialism. Leave that behind and stand with your Indianness." My partner, Chief Bill Erasmus, is here today, and my daughter, Sarah, Nana Youth. A little bit about myself. I'm the oldest of 5 children. I have 2 other sisters. My sister, Dr. Judith Sayers, is president of the New Channel Tribal Council. That's our people, the New Channel people. She was the chief counselor for the Hupachasset people, and she is an amazing warrior for our people. And my sister Brenda works at the community school, Hahelpayak, and she's been one of the main people there for 30 years. I always tell people because I didn't live at home for very long. I went away. And so when they say, "Oh, you're Judith's sister?" I say, or Brenda's sister, I say, "Yes." "Oh, well, which one are you?" I say, "I'm the beautiful one." My sister Judith got all the brains, and my sister Brenda got all the money. I got all the beauty. I have been involved in education for most of my life. When Megan talked earlier about the Indian rights for Indian education, that was during my time. I was young then. And I can remember, I was living in Edmonton at that time, and I remember going to Winston Churchill Square to protest. And it was so cool. Busloads of Indians from all over Alberta came and said, "We have a right for our education." And so all of these years, that's what I have been doing, is fighting for our rights, to teach our children the way they should be taught. When I was growing up, it was pretty okay. My mom went to residential school, but we were okay. And I loved it because with our relatives, we used to go up into the mountains and picking berries. My uncle one time, he took me hunting. He said, "Come on, Rian, let's go hunting for deer." I said, "Okay." So off we went. We were traipsing through the bush, and I was singing a Beatles song as we were walking along. He said, "I'm never taking you again." So I never hunted for deer. But all of those things that we did on the land, by the river, we used to, as Port Alberni Valley is Hupachasset territory. That's what I've learned my whole life. And we share it with our relatives, the Sashot people. And a long time ago, we used to fish together. And we would go early in the morning. And I always wanted to go. So I say, "Wake me up, Mom, make me up." I get in the car and off we go. And the people were in the water fishing for salmon. The women were on the shore making fish soup, salmon soup, right out of the river. And some of the men would have fish on catcha sticks, and they were cooking it on the fire. Those are the memories I have of going to potlatches and sitting. I didn't know the language. Back in the day when I was young, they used to talk to me we called it Indian. And I went to school. And I think because my mom went to residential school, and I guess because we're told so long that our language was wrong, and that we couldn't learn 2 languages, that my parents stopped talking to me, my grandmother. I have a good story about my grandmother and grandfather. Because my grandmother was the daughter of a hereditary chief, her marriage was arranged to the son or to a hereditary chief. And so my grandfather from our Hupachesset territory started up the river paddling. He went up the river, around Barkley Sound, around the Broken Islands, and he came to the Tatsu people. And in our way, we stay in the water until you're invited. And so as the canoes were coming up, they started singing. They started singing, asking for permission to come onto the land. And the gentlemen that were with my grandfather, they had put some plywood underneath the water. And when they got there, they jumped out of the canoe and they started dancing. It was magic. It was like they were dancing on the water. I love that story about my grandparents. It shows who we are as First Nations people, as Indians. We used to ask my grandmother, Nanny. Nanny Aksu is the word that we use, but we shorten it to Nanny. Can you sing in Indian for us? And she would. And it was so good. It just resonated with us. And then we learned how to play lahau, or hand games. And she would sing, and we would pretend to play hand games, lahau, and she would laugh at us because we were so cute trying to be grown-ups and play this game. I had a good foundation growing up. But I don't know, things changed at some point. Things changed. But as an early childhood educator, I know if you have a good foundation from 0 to 8, then it's good for you. You have a solid backing. And I think that's what happened for me, because I wasn't really affected by the residential school. But I wanted to work for our people, because that's what my grandfather did. As a hereditary chief, he looked after his people. They say he used to run up to the falls. He would fish early in the morning, and he'd come back. He'd run, and it's a long ways, and he would have a sack of salmon, sockeye, on his back. And he would come home, and my grandmother would tell him who needed food. It was a really good system of taking care of our communities. When the settlers came, they thought we didn't have anything. They didn't think that we had a justice system, an economic system. They just thought we were there. That's kind of odd, I would think, but we did. We had a welfare system looking after each other. And I think it was so good. You know, I used to go to different gatherings with my mother. And I'd say, I was 16. I'd say to my mom, who's that guy over there? Oh, he's your cousin. Oh, what about that guy over there? Oh, he's your cousin. Then I met my husband. We've been together for 43 years. My mother said to me, why did you have to marry somebody so far away? Because he's from the Northwest Territories. And it was a long way for my parents to come and visit us and our kids. And I say, well, you told me all of them were cousins. So I had to go somewhere else and get married to somebody else. So while I was up north, the community women, mothers, wanted to start a school. The schools uptown weren't very good for our children. They didn't understand us. They didn't understand them as Dene people. So we worked really hard to have a school in our community. Just a small group of women. Sometimes we would have one lady working with us and then she'd leave because, she had a baby or she had a job, and another one would come on. But there was only always just a handful of us. And we had many obstacles that we faced. Finally, we got a school in our community. And we were so excited. And they put us in an old building that used to be a kindergarten building. My mother-in-law, Florence Erasmus, was a teacher there. She taught a lot of kids, Clicho, and getting them ready for school. My 2 kids went, Sarah and Lonnie. And it was so good for them to have somebody that they knew in the school that was teaching them. So we were tired of being in this old building, and we decided we wanted a new school building. One of the Yellowknife MLA said, "Bah, you'll never get a building. It's a small community." And I thought, you just watch us. And we worked and we worked. We went and met with all kinds of people. We want a school in our community. And they finally agreed. And we opened that school 25 years ago. When my daughter was young, she'd say, "Mom, where are you going?" "I'm going to a meeting. We're going to have a school in our community." "Oh, good," she said, "I want to go there." She was in elementary school then. It took us 10 years to get a school. And by that time, she was in high school. I'm really proud of my kids because they have those leadership qualities. They have seen their dad work so hard for our sovereignty, and their mom with education. In fact, when they were small, because we took them to so many protests, only 5 minutes. We took them to so many protests that one day we were having a barbecue behind my mother-in-law's place, and there they were marching around. "Education is our right. Education is our right." I thought, okay, no more. We're not taking them to any more protests. And they weren't normal kids. They didn't. You know how kids sometimes want to play school? They start going to school, want to play school. Not my kids. They put chairs in a circle. "We're having a meeting. Who's going to chair?" So they really got a background in our fight, and they continue that fight. Sarah, when she wanted to go to that school, and she couldn't, she is now on our school board. She's actually the chair of that school board. One of my favorite memories of my aunties, they all went to residential school. And they would sit at the kitchen table, and they'd talk in Indian. I don't know what they were saying. And they'd laugh and they'd laugh. I do that with my sisters now, although we don't speak the language. I sit with my sisters, and we laugh, we talk, and we laugh. With my daughter and my nieces, they come for tea, and we sit, both my husband and I, we sit and we tell them what we know. We tell them what we have been fighting for. And it's such a pleasure for me to be a matriarch and talk with younger matriarchs. I think I've had a pretty amazing life. And I'm thinking my daughter and my niece, Danya, they're learning Willade Yati. And I'm thinking that in the future, that they will sit there and talk in Willadayati, and they'll laugh. Intergenerational pride, joy, and happiness. I would like to say, Masi Gleko, I'm so proud of our young people, the ones that I see that have gone through the system and they're not colonized. And that's amazing to me. We have so many writers. We have so many people that have podcasts and write poetry, and it's just amazing, and my heart just swells when I see that. I think we're going in the right direction. So in closing, I just want to say this. I'm being silly now. I don't mean to offend anybody, but there's this album that I've been listening to, and it's the Northern Cree, and they're singing with Blue Moon Marquee. And the one song that I like, it says, "Come on, baby, put your feathers on. Think Indigenous, be Indigenous, and continue to work so hard that you do in your communities." Gleko, masicho.
Masicho. You know, when you are asked to come and speak in spaces, it is very nerve-wracking. A lot of emotions come up in you. You know, you feel those like shakes inside of you. But I want us to remember that just because we may consider these emotions negative, that they don't have to be a negative emotion, you know. You're nervous because you care. You're nervous because you know it's important to share. And you're nervous because it's personal. This is your lived knowledge. You're going up and you're representing yourself. You're representing your community, everybody who has taught you, everyone that's come before you. So it's hard shoe to fill. But when you're asked in that way, you know, you don't say no. You come and you do it to the best of your ability. And I just want to say thank you to everybody for, you know, staying here and listening. I'm proud of, you know, the energy in this room is still so great, and I hope you're all still getting so much out of this and you're feeling what we feel. When we get to the end of it, I feel like a lot of emotions start coming up, and, you know, there's a lot of pride and a lot of learning, and I'm just more than grateful to be here and to, you know, hear everybody speak. We have one last speaker today to close off our Red Talks. And without further ado, can we please welcome Tyler Tatusis.
Good day. My name is Tyler Tatusis. I am from Pondmaker First Nation, a land of culture, spiritual healing, and history. And I'm here to tell you in the beginning that this is the year of the horse. This is that year where horses and people that work with them on a spiritual healing level will start creeping and coming their way into the education system. And I have this way and this feeling of something I want to manifest with everybody right here, where school boards, administrators, teachers, assistants will start working together and forming horse programs for each community, each school, for each student. Because I'm up here today
to speak not on behalf of myself and my other teachers, my parents who have passed on, my friends and families, aunties and uncles, brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews, and sons and daughters. I've talked about them many times, but I've never once talked about my one teacher that has always been with me my entire life. And that's my four-legged brothers and sisters that have been with me. I've been through the educational system, undiagnosed with ADHD and dyslexia. And I had to develop my own profound ways to cope, my own coping mechanisms, because I wasn't a talker. I wasn't a communicator like I am right now. These were all gifts that were bestowed upon me. And later on in life, I realized that I never once did pay homage to my one true instructors that have been there for my entire life, and that was the horses. Now, my whole life has been spiritually led. I've never once planned my entire life, even though we're teachers and we're supposed to plan, for heaven's sakes. But you know who did the planning for me? Creator did this planning for me. See, I heard this during a conversation on a phone. He said a lot of people, they live their lives in a straight line, point A to point B. You live your life, you get your degree, you go to school, you get a wife, you get your job, you live your life, right? Straight line. I've never once lived my life in a straight line. I live my life in a circle, and I'm coming full circle back here. I was just in the back there getting emotional with my wife, and she was getting just as excited as me because I watched her heart rate's going up. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And then I had this realization that I had manifested this. I said not long time ago, but in Edmonton, when Think Indigenous was in Alberta, I said, you know what? I want to be up there, and I want to share with all the educators and these people who Creator has chosen to work with His children. I want to tell them the importance of these spiritual animals that we live with. We have them in our communities. We have them at home. Some of them run wild, and some of them have the history. We have horses in our ceremonies, sun dances, horse dances. And they're not just used in our ceremonies, they're used in ceremonies in other Indigenous cultures out there. We have our own history here in Saskatchewan, our own horse origin stories. A lot of people thought they came from the Spanish conquistadors older. Oh yeah. We have our own horse origin story here in Saskatchewan. We have our songs for horses. We have our stories about horses. Stories about horses that were stolen and would go from tribe to tribe to tribe. Stolen by the most honorable, best warriors that were out there. People that had strong standards, that lived a certain way, that learned to pray when the sun comes up and the sun comes down. Learning to be Indigenous. I don't know if any of you have been on your own lands, on the back of a horse, the way our people used to wander about these lands because we were nomadic. We never stood in one place for a long time because it would leave a footprint on the land. So that is why my journey took me away from the classroom and straight into the horse industry, working with people, horse equine, energy healing, Indigenous horsemanship, healing, leading Lord horses, lead the way. Now, I mentioned that my entire life has been spiritually led. I never once planned anything in my life. Things have mainly just come onto my path. Everything that I've learned about horses, I have learned in the most respectable, humble way, and I've come in there with my glass half empty because nobody's going to learn anything when your glass is full, and nobody can lead a horse to water and force it to drink. Now, horses have been involved my entire life from my father, Edwin Tatusis, who was the son of John B. Tatusis, Senator John B. Tatusis, who traveled these communities fast and far through Saskatchewan, organizing Indigenous people, explaining their rights. And this was done on the back of a horse as well. Explained to me how life was back in those days when you had to saddle up 2 horses. My dad told me this. 40 below weather, they saddled up took my Grandpa John to catch the train in Paynton, Saskatchewan. So they rode like this, head down against the wind, so my grandfather can travel around organizing people, talking about education. So we have schools on each reserve. I was just staying at the hotel over there where all of us were staying, and where that casino is an old train station. And I was looking at my wife, and I was like, you know what? My grandfather probably stayed in this train station at one time because he faced so many challenges, and he was resilient. He slept in lobbies. He's probably slept in that train station on the chairs, with them traveling with the minimalist, depending on people, grassroots people, to put him up for the night and feed him and take care of them. And that's the way he lived. That's where we come from in our history. So when I started my whole path with healing with horses, I had realized they had been with me all through my life. I struggled. I'd come home feeling broken, useless, told I was never going to amount to anything. And you know who would pick me up? It wasn't my father, it wasn't my parents. I'd go to them. I'd go sit with a horse, or just sit on his back and sit there. And somehow, in some way, without knowing, because we're going to take, everybody always wants to know, like, I want to know why, you know. We'll just take this knowing and put it in this bucket of unknowables right now, and you don't need to know, okay? So, horses have been with me this whole time. I struggled with life, elementary, high school. They were always there to pick me up and guide me and carry me. I have rode horses in funerals for my relatives, friends, and family to honor them with the last ride. My uncles, one of the best days was with my Uncle Gordon. After we buried his oldest brother, Al, and we rode with his brother, and we led the horse for his brother, and my uncle turned to me, and he said, "Today was a good day, son." And my dad was always there with me, because my dad would have the team with wagons, and we'd carry the casket, and I'd ride, leading a horse for the man that was in that casket for this last ride. And to me, it's the most honorable thing I could do in my best way, in my own way, the best way I know how to honor these people that have been around for me, showing me things, teaching me things about horses. And it's not easy. It's very not easy, an easy life at all. A lot of people, they'll glamorize it and make it sound like it's a Disney thing, like, oh my God, you have horses, you heal my heart. I'm like, take it easy. Go feed them hay and oats, please. Give me a break. And this is a lot of fun. I get to see a lot of different sides of people, from the horses bringing them out of their box because they have these egos, and everybody has these egos. Hell, I had an ego too. I don't know if some of you seen that picture yesterday in my presentation of me sitting in the hospital. No ego, but I was all busted up. And it comes. That was a learning stage for me in this bouncy res road that I call life. Me, I was a little scraggly-haired res boy, and with a horse beside me all the way, I decided to go for it. I just went for it. I literally told myself, you are a horse, a wild horse, and there's nothing in this world, nothing in our culture, nothing out there that can potentially stop you from being the truest, best person there is. And you will run free like a horse with the gate open, like my son always does when the door is open, and I'm taking off like that, trying to go get him. Oh my God. You got to be quick. Now, being with horses is a lot of fun. And a lot of times what people don't know is each horse individually has its own different mentality, just like everybody in here in this room. If you were all horses, you'd each have your own mind, your own spirit, the way you look at things, the way you view things. Some of you would be timid. Some of you would be really strong, straightforward. But a lot of times, when working with people, humans, predator species, that's what we are. Our eyes are in the front, because we hunt. Now, to get an animal to trust you that is a prey species, you have to communicate to it. And you're not going to communicate with it the way I'm talking to you. You have to drop down to their level. Boom, something went off in my head when I thought about that one day. I was like, my God, all my life I've heard stories about Wasaki Chuck and other people talking with animals. Raise your hand if you believe those stories, truly. If you believe that we used to converse with all creation, big animals going right down to the smallest little minuscule bug. So when I started doing my own research into training, I started going towards the direction of Monty Roberts, the horse whisperer, because this was a gentle technique to get to understanding the horse. Because I grew up in a time when you're supposed to be a rough and tough cowboy, you know. You got to get on and you got to stay on. And if you fall off and knock yourself senseless, I don't care if you forget who I am. You're going to ride that horse, son. Ah. It's lessons. The lessons that I was taught throughout my life with horses have really brought me and thrusted me forward to where I am today. Honest to God. And things were set forth. I manifested this long time ago. Before I went into university, I wrote it all out. This is what my business will be. I'm going to have this beautiful partner. And these horses, and this is what I'm going to do. It didn't happen like that. It kind of just, it started falling in my way. I get horses. My dad left this world. He left me with these beautiful spiritual animals and all the equipment to work with. And before university, I went to an equine academy where I learned to train, professionally ride, and instruct people to ride. Western, dressage, jumping. If I had the pants that I wore when I was jumping, you'd honest to God be like, no way, man. He had an eating problem. But it was so skinny, because when I went to Germany, I went out there in the arena just like this. I was like, let's ride. And they're like, Taylor. No, 9. Come. They took me shopping. I got rid of my Wranglers. All of a sudden, I'm just wearing leggings. For real, they're so skinny, and the boots were up here, and I'm like a Star Wars guy. I'm like, oh, man, they're Jedi boots. I'll do this. I'll go with it. But horses took me there. They put me there with a family that loved Indigenous culture. And when I went there, it was the horses that took me over there. And I was really well-spoken and known about my history, where I come from, my family. And when I went there and I'd share this information, German people loved it. I got red carpet treatment wherever I go, just because I knew history. I knew some songs. I knew about culture. I knew about ceremonies. And I can explain that, and then they really gave me the self-confidence to know and understand how beautiful of a people that we really are. Because I felt the love over there for our people that we don't feel here. And it was a really blessed gift to have. And they honored us over there, and we're honored there. And that was one of the gifts horses have led me to. And there's so many things that I've seen for people out there when it comes to the healing, because there's no specific way or design sometimes. You have to really put it in Creator's hands. A lot of times, we pray last. It's our last resort when it should be our first resort. And it was an old horseman that told me about that. And I really have a lot of gratitude to these men and women that I worked with and I was able to learn from, because it wasn't just men. Women are strong, phenomenal female roles that we have are very respectable riders, and I've seen the best of women ride better than men. And I've noticed when I'm working with the youth, it is the women that can get on better than most men. Honest to God. And when these young females get on there, I see confidence. I see things going off in their head when they sit up there, and I said, you got to sit up there, be proud. Act like you stole this horse because it's not illegal, it's our way. There's so much more that I can share with you about horses, and there's so much more that I want to do. And that's the whole point. I have this energy inside of me that I just want to keep going and going and going until I'm old. I'll do this till I'm old. It's hard work. It's hard physical work. But I love it. And I'm trying my hardest to set forth a legacy for my children and all my nieces and nephews, because they're all starting to turn towards horses now. And horses have a strong spiritual connection. And it would be my strongest, deepest wish for all schools to have that opportunity to have a horse come into the school, work with the kids all day, just spend time, write about the stories, go out into the wild and watch wild horses and see how they interact with each other. Now, I only have a few minutes left, and I'm not going to spend it all talking about horses, because horses have also brought us together as a family. And our family has grown small because we've lost my mother and my father. But they've really pulled us together. And we really come together when it comes to events. And I have this idea of having a horse healing expo is my next biggest idea, to have different people from different various styles of living and working with horses, having a conference like this where people can come and learn and engage with the horses for once in their lives. Now, thank you. I want to end off with something really special, because I have my little sister here, and I'm not going to be able to be with her on her birthday on the 8th, because I have to, after I'm done here, I have to go home, and I'm going to load my horses, and I have to go to the north, because I put it out there like this to the universe, to Creator. I made that vow. I will take them to wherever they're needed and wherever people want them, no matter what. And that's what I've done. And they have teaching me respect, integrity, to face my challenges. And they will always continuously take care of me as I take care of them. And these are the things that I want to pass on. I don't want to carry them for real. I don't want to be one of those guys that just hoards information. That's placed on this earth to give back what I have received, the Indian way. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Stand up, please. Happy birthday, dear Amber. Happy birthday to you. I love you, my sister, and I love you all. Thank you very much for giving me this time, because I was thinking about, what am I going to say? And then I thought about this. What the hell would the horses say? Thank you very much. Thanks, man.
All right. Okay, it's Alyssa Gardapi's birthday as well, you know, and let's give her a big happy birthday wish there too. I'm gonna call up Chief Evan Tepatat at this time. Think Indigenous doesn't happen unless my big bro here forced me to come back and do it, and it doesn't happen without his support. So let's give the Chief and Council from Kakuistao a big round of applause.
Thanks, Chris. I'm just going to be really quick here, 2 minutes. I was telling the girls this backstage last night. My line of work, chief business now, we have to think of ourselves as businessmen, business people, because I'm the CEO of Kakuistao First Nation, and it's my job, it's our job as leadership to make money so that we can address the shortfalls of treaty. And our saying and my saying on Kakuistao and business is, you have to invest where you see a future. We Kakwistao invested in Think Indigenous because we see you as the teachers teaching our future. You are teaching our future right now. So make sure you get back into those classes. I just text my wife, Megan, who's in charge of our Director of Education. That man that was just on a stage with the horses, get that man for our school, I said. Because we... So when you leave here, that young lady that was on the stage earlier, the 18-year-old, my God, like that's the future. We're in really good hands, aren't we? Oh, jeez. And my friend from Hawaii just had me clapping real deadly there during that one song. Point of this is we wanted to create a safe space for people to think Indigenous. That's Indigenous and non. So get the hell back to your communities, drive safe, get into those education centers, and let's start collaborating and thinking together. On behalf of the 4 counselors that I serve with, Counselor William, Makesa Wesamat, Michael Bob, Iris Tapedad, Scribe, and Corey Alexson, and the 2,300 members of Kakwistao First Nation, it's our honor to provide this safe space. Ekase, safe travels home.
All right. So, because I run this, I'm just going to take the mic and start talking for about an hour and a half, you know. So, of course, I'm kidding. I want to give some shout-outs and some acknowledgments to our 2 hosts here. First and foremost, Kunis Watney and TJ Warren. Stand up, please. Let's give them a round of applause. So awesome. All the people that supported the behind the scenes, I want to give a huge shout-out here to my co-chair, Megan Reeder. She's over here. Please stand up, Megan. Let's give Megan a big round of applause. You know, I have a committee. It's not really a committee because somebody was like, how many committee meetings did you have? I mean, you know, we just kind of like phone people while I'm driving and saying, hey, this is what's going to happen, you know. So I don't know if that's like Indigenous or how it works, but I mean, you know, conferences, you're supposed to have a chair and a co-chair, so we just sorted that out. But we do have like people, you know. And, you know, we talked about nepotism, you know. My cousin over there, Dr. Megan Scribe, who's a Jedi master, I had never actually, we haven't met, you know. So the first time we met is when, you know, I welcomed her on stage and gave her a hug. Like, physically, we met, you know, I've seen her stuff over there. But I have family members, you know, that we bring. That's the Indian way, you know. Like, you know, all of you principals, you hire your cousins. Just kidding. You know, all the EAs are Dabney's relatives because she's a director at Big River. Yeah. But speaking of Dabney, let's give Dabney Warren. She did all the app and all the updates over there. Let's give her a big round of applause as well. Bawajage Kwe, bam, nailed it. Oh, man. She has been a source of strength and support for Think Indigenous, just like a lot of you people that come out here. I suck at marketing. Like, I know I'm a business. This is my job, is to be a consultant, and I just don't even advertise myself. I just hope the, you know, creator maybe blows my name in somebody's email or something. I don't know, and they're hire that guy to come. But I really believe that, you know, you offer the best that you have, and people will talk about it. Talk about your experience that you had at Think Indigenous, and, you know, the family and the kinship relatives that we have supporting this work. It goes a long way, and I know that. I am really, really thankful today. I have 4 children, and my children are here. And they got to participate. I pulled their asses out of school, you know, and they came here and to be part of what we're doing. And my partner, you know, she took time off work, you know, and looked after. She's a finance person, and she does not like spotlights or, you know, I'm going to get in trouble later. But she's here. I want to give her a big shout out. Let's give Natasha Ouellette a huge thank you as well. We had some young guys that were running all over the place. You know, I heard a little bit. I got a nephew over there. His name is Cooper. And you guys know him as the little Mooniao kid, okay? So Cooper over there, he was running all over the place. Let's give Cooper a big round of applause. My big son, Camden, he was running around as well. You know, let's give him a round of applause too. I am so grateful for each and every one of you for coming to Think and Dig. Coming and being a part of this. It is, if you don't register for the conference, if you don't participate in it, it doesn't happen. The conference itself doesn't accept sponsorships because I don't want to have to thank people for doing this. The people I want to thank are you. The people that register, the schools that came. Beardy's and Okamasas has been coming to Think Indigenous since we started. They brought 90 people here. We have people that have supported the work we're doing, supported these things that we do, and it's for a reason and a purpose. There's a reason why we gather. There's a reason why we do this. Because education is not neutral. It either serves domination or serves liberation. And Indigenous children, my children, they deserve to be liberated from colonialism. They deserve to have an education system that fosters and allows them to be Indigenous no matter where they are. It shouldn't be a choice between success and identity. And our schools have this amazing potential and spirit and power to bring that to the forefront. In a school system, when we think about liberation, when we think about liberating our minds and our bodies, what we're doing is we're living the prayers of our ancestors. My late uncle, Arsene Tatusis, they used to do presentations with my aunt, and my aunt was here the other day, and she gave me some really beautiful words. But he used to say this, never forget, and it was said here earlier, never forget that our ancestors prayed for us to be where we are. And if they prayed for us to be where we are, we have a responsibility to do the best we can for our children. When we work in a system of education like we do, as difficult as it is, and as hard and as challenging as it is, we need to challenge the systems that were designed to destroy us. As hard as it is for us to put ourselves in a space where we have to speak truth, we need to do it. Because silence serves domination. Silence serves us keeping us down. And every single time that we speak truth in the universe, we are answering the prayers that our ancestors wished for us. We've already, people my age, our teachers right now, we've been through a system already that tried to kill us. I want to live up to what Kenoy said, that we don't allow that to affect our children, that we wrap our hands around them, that we build them up and protect them. We can't do that if we remain quiet. When we start Think Indigenous and everything that happens here, it's grounded in ceremony. We do that. And the prayer that I ask is simple. I don't go to ceremony and I don't ask that all our problems be solved. That's an impossible ask. All I ask is that give the people that come a spark. So when they go home to their classrooms, when they go home to their schools, when they go home to their communities, they can build a fire. And the fire that they build inspires their children that are in those schools and those communities, their people. That's it. And that's what we ask for. And if you do that, we're going to have kids that are going to be growing up to be fierce. We're going to have kids that are going to stand in any space and be proud of who they are. We're going to have classrooms full of Sophia smokes. We're going to have classrooms full of beautiful children that have that power and that strength. Man, I wish I was a Jedi and I had a magic wand to just like make it happen right now. I don't. You're one person. And when you stand alone, you're easily broken. But together, we're strong. So come together wherever we are. Speak when you need to speak. Speak truth. Use that fire to burn down the systems that destroy us and rebuild our own. Take it back with you however you can, in whatever capacity you can. And I say it for a selfish reason. Because I want my children to grow up like that. And I want the children that I've taught throughout my life to grow up like that. That's it. Simple to say, hard to do. Lastly, and I'll shut up so you guys can go home. I know you guys already got travel. All the greedy ones left already. Hey, teasing, yeah, of course, you know. But I do want to say this. My brother Evan, who's a chief of Kakawistahau, and his council, you know, I don't always agree with the things they do. We don't allow sponsorship for our conference from land-destroying entities. We don't allow sponsorship from institutions that harm our people. But I understand the reality that we live here. And we might not always agree with one another, but we have to understand each other. But most importantly, the most important thing that we need to know and remember as Indian people is that our number one job and the whole reason for our life here on earth is to learn how to be a good relative. First and foremost, be a good relative. That doesn't mean that we get along with each other all the time. That means that when we're talking about somebody and they're not in the room and we're tearing them down, that we understand that's not being a good relative. That it is our job to uplift each other. There's enough people out there talking about us. We don't need to do that to each other. So let's be good relatives in whatever capacity that we can be, even if some people are not there yet. Let's figure out how we uplift each other when our relatives are not doing well. How do we support that? And most importantly, let's teach our children to do that. Hi, kinenaskumten. Everybody that's here, I thank you. Wopana tanka. On behalf of my relatives in Treaty 4, I'm so honored we get to have a conference on the lands my grandfather walked. And thank you for participating and being here. Man, if you had a good time, spread the word, because that's the only marketing I do. Hi, safe travels home.